this event, the Pilot UK Open. We've got a returning champion from there, who I believe is in the X1 bracket.
He is indeed one of the X1s. It is Sammy D. Or just, well, Sam, we'll just call him for now. Like, that'd be pretty nice. And then, facing off against our boy, we have Cobain. Well, we're experiencing some technical difficulties at the moment, so don't you... So I hope you guys are still with us, still there, all cozied up warm.
Yeah, we've got a treat for you. We've got a Lost Decade versus Memory Snow. Now, Memory Snow didn't make too much of an impact when it released. Don't know if you noticed that, but it wasn't like compared to the original ReZero set at the very least. I think everyone expected it to just be more ReZero, but it was different ReZero, and that was nice.
Very true. It was it was sort of like the sort of the black sheep of the family, because you did have the first set, which was such a powerhouse of a set. Then the second set added more deliciousness, and then sort of Memory Snow comes along and trait locks itself out of being able to really use those previous two boosters all that well.
All right, I hate to cut you off, but the players have already started. Little bit of a false start, but that's okay. You haven't missed anything. Lost Decades just played their opening turn. Everything's just as it should be.
Very true. And Lost Decade is sort of a very strange sort of set, as it does have events that, like, effectively is the mobile game where you have events that act as equipment that sit underneath the cards. It's a very sort of a unique sort of set, as it were.
It's a very flavorful mechanic, absolutely.
Very true, but this is its real big powerhouse is its very strange endgame, which we'll hopefully get to see later on, as it is quite a fun sort of interaction how it works. So as we can see, sort of ReZero using this lovely, nice zero vanilla that it like this is a tech I really quite enjoy of using this 3000 power vanilla. Like, it doesn't all it is just 3000 power. It doesn't do anything else. But then you couple it with a level 1, where if that level 0 is in the waiting room, you can just grab it out of there. Well, you've got some free stock right there. You just places it straight into stock, and it then lets you fuel yourself. Even if you have nothing in the tank, you get a free stock straight there and then.
Yeah, apologies, I misspoke earlier. This isn't Memory Snow, this is Frozen Bonds.
Which is the even more, recent set.
Made even more of an interesting splash, I think. There are still some big hits. There's still the classic Amelia top 4 level 1 climax combo in here. But a lot of stuff has shifted around it. If you were with us earlier, it's kind of reminiscent to the Bang Dream deck that we saw, where some old heads, they'll see some cards that, tickle the nostalgia buttons, make you feel some feelings, but around them, it's a whole new deck doing completely different things.
Very, very true. It's sort of, the whole waifu wars of ReZero is very much sort of Frozen Bonds just crushes it in favor of Amelia is obviously the best girl, as it is just Amelia and Puck everywhere in this deck.
So, not to be completely distracted from the game, we should note that the Cobain, our Lost Decade player, a try guy all the way up to mid-level 1, and is now being forced to respond with his own level 1 climax combo.
Which is sort of what I would still consider the most vanilla part of Lost Decade. It is just a top 4 combo for just grab a guy. It's quite sort of no I would consider sort of pushing the boat out of such a set that has such unique mechanics that only appear in this set.
In fairness though, when a set is trying to do like too many crazy things, most of the time that means that the set just isn't good. So having some like tried and tested, consistent level 1 advantage is just what you need.
Very true, very true. So as we can see, it's quite a fast game we're seeing here. Both players really pushing it to the limits of what their deck can do.
Yeah, Cobain's at a bit of a disadvantage here because he's been forced to use his level 1 climax turn just to catch up in damage, really, while like Sammy D, like he can just follow his flowchart and he will maintain a damage advantage even if nothing sticks this turn. Outside of that, Gawain now has to find a second climax that he then has to play in order to like catch up on this deficit and actually turn it into an advantage. He's really on the back foot thanks to that early try guy turn.
And there it is. There is the level 1 in Sammy's clock right there. That is the card that itself combos with that 0 we see on field. Though it has, sadly, turned off the alarm from the puck.
It's good to see vanillas, that's where we all started, I think. Everyone's got a box of vanillas sitting around the house somewhere, and it's nice to see them actually see play.
Very, very true. And even some decks actually do find it quite difficult to face off against a 3,000 power just guy.
Absolutely.
It's not something you usually generally face off against.
I think in maybe more modern sets, it used to be you get this is the classic triple Amelia turn. Brings back all the memories, right?
And without fail, the climax to go with is as if guided to your hands.
But yeah, I mean, these days, a lot of utility just comes with like redundant power effects just for fun. But it used to be you'd run like a heavy utility lineup like Kantai, great example. You can't beat over 3k unless you're like playing on 1k1 and tying with it.
Very, very
true. It's a
true.
real challenge.
Yeah, some decks outside of like just normal clean cuts just cannot deal with such a basic card.
Such a mighty card.
The
meek shall inherit the earth. Cabane is eating a ton of damage here.
It is quite staggering. He does not want to see this, especially like he is running 4 standby in this deck. He really wants to do some setting up, and Sammy's just absolutely going to town on this Amelia combo. It's just absolutely destroying Cabane. Oh, more damage, just bleeding everywhere.
That's interesting. This is another list that has Book as the level 1 trigger and Bar as the level 3 trigger. Which is rough. It is hard having Bar as a level 3 trigger, because it's never where you want it to be.
True. And Book usually books yourself another climax. 9 times out of 10, it seems to just will a second climax into your top card for you to then draw. Though interestingly, Lost Decade is running 6 different level 3s for which to purposely like grab and change. He has got a nice sort of soup end level 3 collection to go with that lovely standby, which you do see in standby decks. They like to play a nice broad field of just things they can grab.
On the flip side, Sammy D's, if you're not familiar with Frozen 1, the gold bar combo is Clock Kick, or if it's against an open slot, Burn 2. Which is really interesting because the classical counterplay to Clock Kicks is crashing your guys in. Something that a kind of mildly underpowered set like Lost Decade kind of feels forced to do, and is very able to do because a lot of its cards are off spec. But this combo turns that into upside. I think most players would rather the burn 2 than the clock kick.
Very, very true. Because sometimes the potential of the burn to be cancelled is much more prefer that than just, oh, you take that damage now, and there's no way you can stop it unless you are bigger.
And the extra reach, in a game where you're not a level ahead, which I think is most games, you do tend to lean on it a little bit.
Very, very true.
Looks like Cobain's trying to set up another climax combo turn here. Can we read from that he's got another choice in hand?
Is it having to go for another combo of what we would really consider quite late? You don't really want to be doing your level 1 combo again at level 2. It does smack sort of trying to find pieces, still sort of finding your footing in this match.
Don't think using it at 2 is so bad, but having to do it into second deck when it's in mill top 4 is particularly rough. You have no idea what's on the other side of that refresh. You could really set up a full deck with like 4 climaxes in it so easily.
Very, very true. Does seem like Cobain is just trying to run through, try and fix those early mistakes as fast as humanly possible, but Ray Zero seems to sort of effectively do that, but do it in a better way.
The blank face of Amelia staring down. Okay, no climax in play, so I guess these level 1s were just the level 1s that Cobain had to hand. They can actually threaten this board and reverse them so that Sammy doesn't just get a free turn of a second turn of his climax combo, which I don't think he would say no to. As much as we just talked down Cobain repeating his, ReZero loves to play like 2 turns of the Amelia combo, even after try fielding it.
Oh, very much so. There's nothing ReZero effectively would love to do than just keep rinse repeat until level 3 effectively. Because even though it has such a strong card pool, it doesn't really do much in that level 2 to level 3 transition, all that. You can play like an early play, but you don't really want to. You just want to ride those Amelias, build up that nice amount of stock, and just absolutely crush your opponent.
I think it's fair to say ReZero plays very fair Weiss Schwarz. It's like, here's my combo. It's like 5,000 power. It's not a threat. I'm just here to gather my cards, have a good time. I'll play like a mid-tier finisher, but the real strength in this set is the utility. There's so many good utility cards, like the stock generation card that you mentioned. Really efficient piece grabbing tools. It's all in the little things with this deck. It's not flashy. It's pretty understated, but definitely powerful.
Very much so. And the good thing about this Frozen Bonds booster, it has added that good quality to the Amelia cards. So of course, the classic Ricky, pay 1, take a damage, search your deck for a level 1 or lower. There is a card that just searches cards with Amelia that is a puck. So you can use that, search out any card in your deck. As long as it has Amelia in its name, you can grab it.
I think Sammy's got an interesting decision here because he has that center stock card in his hand. I think he's worried that he might not have a third swing if he plays it and sends the 0 to stock. And I don't know off the top of my head if that effect is optional.
No, in fact, it's not from stage he sends it. He sends it from the waiting room.
Okay.
So he does get that additional stock. So effectively, he's going to gain 4 stock this turn.
And that's something that ReZero loves. It loves just that like passive compression. It's not stock genning, it's gathering cards, but you're just building a nice clean tower of stock.
Very true. And Cobain is actually starting to slightly see some of those cancels come through. It's taken a bit of time for him to get there, but he might be able to start stabilizing.
Yeah, now that these equipments are on and Sammy has to start crashing into these level 1 combos, he can start claiming control of the board again.
Very true. And now we can see the good old equipment of the Lost Decade and all its varying effects that it gets to do. And there it goes, off to memories for him to grab at a later time if he so wishes.
Yeah, this is the really cool thing. So the flavor is, your armor carrier dies. Oh no, my equipment. It's gonna go to waiting room, right? Oh no, it just goes into your
Straight
loot
back.
chest
Yeah.
and then back into your hand.
And there we see Cobain looting that equipment straight back for him to effectively gear up another guy to send out later on. Or in fact, just clock it if he so wishes. It is free real estate, this card.
Thought about grabbing his finisher, but instead opted for his level 1 combo, presumably because he's trying to build another strong board presence.
Very true. He's still that level behind though, and once again, having to go to this level 1 combo, equip it all up, and then just try and get Sammy's anywhere near the damage equalization. It's such a deficit we have here.
Absolutely. This turn though, because of those equipments opening up those slots, it's not as far away as you might think it is. Each of these is swinging for 2 base with a climax 3 base. You could catch up that deficit very quickly. Blink and you might miss it.
Very, very true. And there is nothing more that Cobain really wants it to be as high level 2 as possible to sort of really pop off. And that lovely sort of bit where Re:Zero doesn't really have an answer to itself and just is sort of playing its usual game. It's really like a nice little window he's aiming for. And there we are. Here we are swinging all in. Ooh, doesn't like the look of that card.
Okay, no climax in play, so it might not be as devastating a turn as maybe it needs to be. But that is a level there.
He has managed to equal it just a little bit with Sammy, but he still has got such a big weight to get him on. Is to sort of bring him up to probably about 2-5, have him sit there, and then crack the end right in that turn.
That would be the dream. What is Lost Decade's finisher? Could you remind me?
It is in fact a standby combo, which all the best cards do standby combos, it seems nowadays. But it is, when it comes in, does the usual healing, then it's good old pay 1. Ditch a card, just any card from your hand, and then obviously just during your attack phase, you can pay that attack, and then till the end of your opponent's next turn, so it keeps this effect throughout until your opponent says pass, and it comes your turn again. It gains one of the following effects. You get to choose one of these. So one of the effects is, at the end of your card's battle, deal 3 to your opponent. Oh, no, sorry. At the end of this card's attack, deal 3. Which is okay. And then you have...
For pay 1, that's pretty efficient.
And then you get the other, which can be activated 2 times each turn. When your character is placed into the waiting room, deal 1 to your opponent.
Yeah, it's this cross-turn damage that means even if Cobain is playing at a deficit, he could come out there. He could sneak attack. No one measures for damage in their own turn, and it could catch Sammy off guard. Likely won't, because Sammy is by now a veteran, proven player. He knows what he's doing. So, if you're a Re:Zero fan, don't sweat it. He's got it on lock.
Very, very true. So
he did cancel a lot of damage that turn too. So he's still maintaining this level advantage that really it's gonna take a lot of work, especially Lost Decade not finding its early plays. So not having big soul swings to catch up. Not hitting any standby triggers for extra free card advantage. Just really nothing going Cobain's way this game. It has to be said.
Very, very true. It is quite an uphill battle for old Cobain. He will slightly have to crutch on that level 3 kill turn. And it is whenever one of his guys goes into the waiting room from his stage, when he does the combo, he deals the damage. So even if he sends it through standbying, well, obviously triggering standby upon the card, he gets to do the combo.
I think Sammy's waiting room is so thick. I think there's maybe 1 or 2 climaxes in there. He's still super compressed, and it's like if you look at the board state, he's not got that many cards out there. It's just the way that the deck's fallen.
Very, very true. It's just that's how it just be sometimes, sadly, as we do seem to be saying a lot this time.
He might be worried about swinging into this deck, especially with so many book and bar triggers. He could suddenly be 6 climaxes out if things turn really sour.
Very true, and it's probably sort of like as we did say previously before the match, the UK meta is quite diverse. Everyone does seem to play very unique decks that only sort of a small handful of people like to play. So he might not be too up to speed on what Lost Decade does. So he's just sort of testing out what can he get away with. Can he do a bit of damage here? Can he push it just a little bit each time? Not letting Cobain really take off where he wants to. And there we see just standard. Here it is.
Don't think he's got another book to follow it up with, though.
He might do, though. You
there
do see a climax
there might be
in
a
hand.
climax in there. Oh.
I think
Stop
it
teasing
does.
us.
Is it the book?
Even just slamming bar here, I don't hate. Just chip him. Like I think Cobain's
look
like
like
2
the bar.
climaxes out.
From what I can see, it is the bar he has.
Yeah, I like
it
this
is.
line. I mean, it's been working so far, right? So why quit while you're ahead?
Very true. Why fix what is not broken? Just keep going in, taking everything you can, and 3 damage. Oh, and Cobain just keeps taking all this.
This is maybe not the best show of what Lost Decade has to offer. It's not over yet, but it's looking pretty dire.
Very, very true. But he can still sort of piece together something. Throw it out. He does have a nice, healthy amount of stock, a good hand to go with it. He just needs to sort of survive, well, effectively not die this turn, which sadly it might end up this turn. He is 2 damage away from, sadly, eating it, and there is 2 soul represented currently. And that's free.
Trigger for an overswing. Oh, the overswing does it.
There it is. Oh,
We've got a game.
You love to see it. Though, sadly, he did lose both the climax and the level 3, so he is sort of hoping to have both in hand.
He definitely has the level 3. Not sure about the standby climax. And even then, the rough thing about this finisher is for Cobain to get maximum usage out of it, he has to survive Sammy's next turn, which might be a tall order, even if he heals all the way down.
Oh, very, very, very true. And he does have to attack with that level 3. So it has to be in the climax slot, but he has also got to attack with it in order to trigger the effect. So if he does this twice, each character that goes into the waiting room will be dealing 2 damage to his opponent.
I didn't think about this actually, but the ReZero finisher, it being a clock kick, really good in this matchup because the card does not go to waiting room.
Very true. It does circumvent that sad crux of Lost Decade. No, if Cobain has sort of pieced together that he needs to pull that trigger this turn.
That might be why Sammy was so hesitant to play the gold bar there, because he might have been concerned that he wouldn't find another one for his level 3 finishing turn when it was so important for countering Cobain's plan.
I would not blame him on that at all. It is very much like a tale of 2 sort of decks. We have all that effectively stock, no hand, a reasonable amount of hand from ReZero, and just sort of not really all that much. He's got a bit of a field now, but it's not been doing him all that many favours this turn for Cobain. Does he do it? Does he go in with the climax? It's in his hand.
It is? We've confirmed that?
He's
Yep, there it is.
Waiting for that optimal good so he's for these is where everyone's going to sit, and what is he going to bring out with that standby? The world is his oyster. That deck is everywhere.
So yeah, he probably is hoping to trigger a standby on like his 2nd and 3rd attacks so that he can kill a card and get his level 3s to proc. It's not the line that you would love to take. You'd love to have the luxury of being able to do that on your opponent's encore step.
So, that back row he has just placed, that there is 2 there,
Mm-hmm.
that is what is, well, effectively a Pina, which is he can send that card to the waiting room to save one of his guys from when it goes
Interesting.
into the waiting room.
So he can stand by over it,
So,
sack the other one to save the Pina,
So-
play that over the guy, kill another one.
but what he is going to do is that he now does his effect. So all his guys, when they go to the waiting room, deal 1 damage. So when that card that is reversed goes to the waiting room, that's 1 damage. Then he brings it back with the Pina, that's another damage.
And then he pay 3 encores the Pina for the next turn.
Very true. And if he does it on the second one, that's 2 damage
That's
each time.
That's not the climax he wanted to trigger here.
Very, very true. He does not want to see that right there at all.
This is just a masterclass in cancelling. I recommend everyone grab a notepad, take some notes. make sure that this is how you're doing it at your games at home.
Sammy D does show us very well each time just how to shuffle and cancel with the best of them. So okay, this is where he is effectively trying to pop off. So there we go, that character is going to the waiting room. That's 2 damage, 1 instance each of a damage. So 1 there, and then 1 from the other. Then he gets to choose to bring it back if he so wishes with that back row. But he's waiting for, of course, the refresh and the compulsory to go through first.
Yeah, he can use 1 back row to save the guy in front. And then when he sacrifices that back row, you can sacrifice the other back row to bring that back row back. So this is 6 instances of burn 1 coming out just from the board setup. It's incredible. Lost Decade, crouching Lost Decade, hidden burn 1 fest.
It is surprising, like this setup. When I got it explained to me, it is quite sort of, when you figure it out, it is like a maths equation. Just, oh my god. And there we go, it's going off. That's another instances of 1 damage each from that card to the waiting room. So cancel there, and then the next one, it's on. So up to just level 3 right there, if everything's alright.
It's so disappointing. If this was a more even game, this end game could have been so explosive. And I think, yeah, so he's decided to... Why has he decided to keep the other Pina? Maybe it doesn't proc on back row? Maybe you have to save a front row character? It's been a while since I read that effect, and I figured it might have updated wording.
No, it does not have. It's got the same wording whenever one of your Lost Decade characters is placed into the waiting room from stage. If this card is on the back row, just send it off. Give it back in rest. So surprisingly, he's probably not doing it this turn, because he probably feels like, I've still got the next turn, see what comes thrown back at me.
He doesn't lose anything though. He keeps the Pino in backstage either way.
Very, very
It doesn't change game state. So that just an oversight, maybe just frustration at the way that the game has gone, which honestly I couldn't blame him. That's how I would be feeling up there too.
But now Sammy does have to worry, because all his other cards effectively will deal him 1 damage.
Add encore
Sadly not. As we do see right there. He's just been bounced straight back 1 to hand. So
yeah, that's a nasty being caught in the crossfire of tech intended for other matchups, I believe.
very sure. I do believe this is like a newer tech card he has placed in. I don't believe it was there in the last game, the exhibition game we did see with Sammy.
And here's the clock kick played to stage. So yeah, no burn 1 procs anymore. We've had our fun. It's all over now.
Sadly, it is a bounce and a clock kick. Does remove any threat that Cobain did effectively place on that board right there.
It's an interesting decision point. So with the clock kick, Sammy only needs to deal 2 damage. But that makes playing the climax kind of unattractive, right?
Very true, because then he does represent 2 damage across the board apart from the Amelia, but then he does run the risk of his triggers flushing him over into that overspill, which he doesn't really want to do. He wants to keep it nice and low.
And just in case it isn't clear to viewers at home, that card in the middle of Cobain's field is a center marker, not a Weiss card. So that's a direct slot. So that'll be a swing for 3. Yeah, it's. But then if you don't play the climax, you don't get the clock kick. So you want to be swinging for 3. So you want to play the climax. The numbers just aren't lining up quite how you want them to.
Very true. You do want to sort of effectively remove that level 3 that Cobain, because the effect is still active. So if he does reverse and send those guys to the waiting room, there is 2 potential damage coming back at him during effectively his turn, which is a bit unfair if Cobain then gets to go into his turn. He's effectively dealt 2 damage to his opponent for free. Oh, but there we are. There's the level 3 Amelia. Is she going to bring herself out a nice puck to go with? Oh, just going to search for another copy of herself, but the level 1 version.
The younger version. Or the
the
older
older
version?
one. Technically the older version, as Frozen Bonds, I believe, is a prequel for before the main series of Ray Zero takes place. But sadly she's, well, probably good. She is a half-elf, so she looks young forever, effectively.
Is that a spoiler that you're dropping there? Or is that canon lore?
With the half-elf bits.
Yeah.
No, it's they do make it quite clear
Okay.
very early on of what she is. And there is the combo just coming straight in. Sammy is just taking everything from, and he triggers as well.
Surprise lethal coming out?
This is,
We're even gonna see the clock kick go off?
oh Cobain, not like,
No.
not like this.
You do hate to see games like this, but they are part of the game. Everyone's got to play these games. We've all been at both ends of this table.
Very, very true. And we did get to see the unique, interesting thing of Lost Decades sort of whole play style.
It's very techy. It's got a lot of moving parts in there.
It is very, very interesting. Sort of, I would consider it sort of quite a high sort of skill deck to sort of play. But when you see it being played, it is like a master painter working his art. It is absolutely gorgeous.
A pilot like Sammy does make it look easy, has to be said. But yeah, I mean, shout out to Cobain for bringing Lost Decade. That's got to be worth some points.
It is very, very true. It is quite a fringe deck, effectively.
And he is on 2 losses now, but he's only got to win 2 more games, and he'll still make it to top cut.
Very true. So if he keeps going, sort of, he can effectively submarine his way into top cut. But it is with the added caveat of he cannot lose another game. So sadly, that protection of that like gaming bag is gone away from Cobain, stripped by him from quite harshly by Sammy D, effectively.
Absolutely. All right. Well, thank you for joining us. We'll be taking a short break until we get back with the next round. Wait for standings to go up, but don't go anywhere. Won't be too long. We'll see you soon.
See you soon.
Welcome back to the UK Open Live. I'm Ewan. With me is John. Say hello to the people, John.
Hey, all you lovely, lovely people out there. And have we got a hell of a match for you today?
If you were watching our feature matches to build anticipation for the event, this is what we in the biz like to call a salty run back.
Very, very true. Once again, we have a lovely power couple, Lee and Jem, fighting for who gets to do the dishes tonight.
So this is a matchup between Summer Pockets and Symphogear.
Good old Sinfogear, Winfogear. This is our deck. I am thoroughly on board with. I absolutely love the new Sinfogear.
This is a very volatile matchup as well, because Jem's running 5 standby, 3 choice, which makes her deck quite slow.
Very true, but it does run the new sort of level 3 Shiki combo. So she does give herself access to that buy, but also letting herself have more access to the old sort of, standards, somewhat standby builds effectively that were quite heavily dominant, and it's not so much very crutchy like on the old Summer Pockets decks, where it was, I play my level 1, I have to do the combo to get to my level 2, and then just sit on that until I can't get it anymore.
Yeah, I think the old 1-0 into 2-1 change, pretty divisive card. Some people love it, some people hate it. What would you rate it? You're the best, you're the best. Have that discussion in the chat as we head into the game. Yeah, we can talk about the matchup as the game plays out. I think the players are ready, so we'll just move over to the table and get started.
Very, very true. And this is the best version of Symphogear. It is the choice level 1 into the bar level 3. And there we see it, the good old promo, Kirika, and the crutchel of the deck. That lovely event, which lets him early play his level 3 Kirikas, is a fantastic card. I absolutely adore it.
So, what's so explosive about this Symphogear list is the early play package. You can generate a board of level 3s at level 2, but essentially from nowhere.
Effectively, and it's so cheap as well, because all you'd have to do is effectively that initial payment of the 1 stock for the event, and then just 2 additional stock to get 2 more level 1s, paying 1 at a time. It is absolutely insane to pay 3 stock and get 3 level 3s. And there we have, that is the Amalgam Chris. This allows him to sort of, when she dies, go digging up for a level 1 or higher card, which is very good. And he gets to pay 2 stock as well when she hits the waiting room and salvage himself up a music character.
I always forget that Symphogear has the music trait. I always forget that that's a part of the show, because as an external viewer, it really just looks like a mecha show.
Very, very true. It does have that sort of fighting, sort of an action vibe, but it is quite heavily paced. It is very musical. It has a ton of CDs, and all the characters sing, and it is absolutely gorgeous in terms of music.
The OG Hololive, one could say.
Very true. Here we see Gemma just pushing herself out a bit further there.
Yeah, she's going for a try guy here, and that's because running 5 standby, leaning less on the global salt, and especially knowing that early play package is around the corner, Gem really needs to limit the keep herself in contention in the damage race. Make sure that it's even as far as possible.
True, and this is sort of what you consider like quite a classic sort of play as it is now. Sort of you push your brainstorm up forwards, have a clean cut, so when you reverse, you get to rest a guy and bring it back next to it. Sort of get a bit more use out of your back row without really sort of compromising you further on as you bring it all back.
So it's just a free attack, which is something that standby decks in particular really need early on.
You see Lee digging in there deep. Ooh, it's not a great amount of choice in there, because in fact there is nothing really he can grab in that top 4. He's effectively just discarded to look at top 4 cards, and there is just nothing there. So he has to sort of pay that 1 and get himself the climax swapper Tsubasa right there. Not the greatest of starts off for Symphogear, but worry not, all he needs is that critical free stock.
In fairness, despite having the perfect setup, the Summer Pocket's opening turns not so great either. Damage not going through. Despite that try guy turn, having committed a lot more cards and still being even on damage. The only advantage Gem's got is stock, which not a bad advantage to have. I wouldn't say no to it, but it's especially if Lee can stick a lot of damage this turn, that could not be worth a ton.
Well, sadly not, but they do go trading clean cuts there. Just bouncing off of each other, bring that Tsubasa back, but the damage was indeed cancelled, and Gemma says no to that, but does go up 1 herself.
This is a very dense board state, particularly because of the small playmat that Gemma's brought with her today.
She has indeed. As we see, that is the good old congratulatory playmat she did receive, and is absolutely gorgeous in design.
So sometimes the flex is worth playing in a tighter space.
Very true. What she has condensed herself on play space, she has maximized in style points. As you can see, a sort of a nice collection of cards there on Lee's side. It's sort of what you need to, what you'd love to see here, sort of cancelling even just maybe 1 or 2 attacks, roll nicely into your level 1, and really go for it on that choice combo.
So the nice thing about being a 5 standby and those being linkless standby here is there's no pressure to play out a level 1 combo. Gem can just kind of keep on keeping on, keep the board state effectively unchanged. Cheating out the 2/2 as standby decks I'll want to do, but outside of that, not needing to commit much. Just essentially just played the 2/2 rested to back row, carried on as normal. No need to commit a ton of hand, while still keeping up pressure. Although having said that, damage not going her way.
Very true. She is only just really remaining even here. And Lee does get that lovely smooth transition into his level 1. But do we get to see some Hibikis come down and really go for it?
Does Symphogear run a 2-color level 1 often, or is it all yellow?
It's made for most builds, really just stick a nice plain, like, yellow. But most sort of can branch out into just like 1 or 2 splashes of the green. But mainly you'd want pretty much just the level 1 combo, which we do see here represented with that lovely forehead in the center.
It's very interesting because these 2 players, I think it's fair to say they practice with each other quite a lot. I think you can see their gameplay style mirroring off one another.
Very true.
Neither of them, we're not seeing any triple guy playing over, going super intense on the mill. They're just kind of keeping their game state balanced. Just rolling with the punches.
Very true. And they have obviously played this matchup God knows how many times in preparation. And he is doing the top 4 mode of the Hibiki. So this Hibiki combo does have 2 modes on attack.
Oh, interesting.
It can either look at top 4 and grab a music, or you can effectively do your trigger step twice. So you would effectively end up with free stock, or not free stock, 2 stock, rather than the traditional 1.
Yeah, so because of that missed top 4 earlier on, Lee's just deciding to take the card, make sure that he's set up for the turns ahead. Sticking 6 damage that turn though, that's a pretty big swing, and this is the reverse. If you watched our 2 games ago, this is the reverse of like what happens when you're standby deck and you fall behind early, and it can be difficult to claw that back up without 1k1s. Now Gem does have 3 choices, but they are her finisher. So she's got to be careful. If she commits one of those early at level 2, she might not be able to find another copy before level 3, and that could put her in a really bad situation.
Very true. And there we see that good old level 2 going up front and centre, wanting to really establish its presence and dominate the board.
This is a really rough matchup because the Symphogear early play package, they get huge, right? They hit like 15-5.
It depends on what you sort of couple it with. They do sort of generally base powers. You're looking at just sort of 10Ks, but depending on which flavour of your back row you go with, they can reach a quite reasonable amount, sort of 13, 14K, depending on your turn of what you've coupled it with, whether you've rested your back rows, whether you've sort of done the combo. It's a nice bit of variation on where you can sort of sit.
They could definitely, at the very least, force a counter out.
Oh, no doubt.
And that would be rough. because being a standby deck, that 2/2 is kind of the game plan. That's what a lot of this deck kind of hinges around. So yeah, having to commit more resources to get that to work. Unfortunate choice final trigger, therefore missing the timing, not being able to profit from it.
Very true. But Lee is running, interestingly, the choice back row, which does give him slightly a bit more, well, gives him 500 extra power in front. So if he does place her front and centre, that's 2k straight to the Kirika. And then on his choice, he does get to have a nice tink around with the top of Gem's deck, which can be quite powerful for a Mocha combo that it is effectively. But he does really want to sort of establish that board presence quite soon. He doesn't want Gem to really go.
We haven't had a good 2-player refresh so far today. Missed these. Stand by on the refresh. That's unfortunate. Gem is pretty compressed here, so it's not the worst thing in the world, but it's not what you want to see, especially not 3 damage behind going into opponent's turn.
True, but it does at least allow her to have a nice bit of a bin of which to draw upon later on.
So a mild worry to look out for is she doesn't have yellow at the moment, which is her finishing climax and a good chunk of her deck, but because of that she can likely easily clock it or take it as damage this turn. But that's something to keep an eye on. She can't find that
Very true.
by some happenstance.
Lee deciding here, does he want to use the crisp? Either mode, he's doing the discard. He's looking at that top 4. He can grab, remember, any level 1 or higher. So those 3 cards, apart from the climax, are open to him. And he does take the Miku, which, if you know roughly old cards, is what's called a time machine Miku. So if she reverses her battle opponent, she gets to pop away to memories and then pop back out at the start of his next turn.
So it's a very classical advantage generator.
Very true, and that character is in fact called Miku as well. So she is pretty much a exact clone of Time Machine Miku.
It's a nice little internal callback.
And she has the music trait as well. And there we are, Lee abandoning the Hibiki combo right there.
It's interesting, Lee's stuck at 1-6, so he can't do his early play package yet. He's been stalled out for one more turn, which could play into Gem's hands here.
Very true, but he does still have nice access to a lot of good tools, so he can still go in there. He can still grab the pieces he needs. There are only really a certain amount of pieces you actually need to grab in this deck. Realistically, you need 1 level 3 Kirika in your hand, and depending, it can either be the event and the level 0 that it couples with, or you can just have the 0, because the 0 lets you grab the event from your deck for just discarding a card.
Especially with no climax coming down this turn. If Gem can, even if she takes this last swing here, she's in a pretty great spot. She's got an open board to swing into in 2 lanes, which is good damage economy. Doesn't have to deal with the early plays until next turn, hopefully. The game's leveled out. It was looking rocky. I think Gem's pulling it back a bit here.
Yeah, I can easily see that. But it's like quality of stuff, what she has in that hand, what can she grab. She does have not the greatest of hands, it can look like right there.
I think this is what happens to a lot of standby decks though. Like there is a brick potential, and you do have like a lot of utility in here. So that's an early play heal we see there.
Yep, she does
I'm not sure if I love playing it this turn, you know, because it is just gonna die on the swing back.
Very true, but it does get some like nice quality of life assurances. It's another big threat that he has to deal with.
It's another big soul swing too, which Leah's a few climaxes out now, so that could make a big difference.
Very, very true. But is this all she's gonna? She can't just commit to. What else is she gonna couple along with these two big sticks right here?
This is another weakness in standby decks actually. They can generally only make 1 or 2 lanes really big, so the third lane will nearly always be some jobber 0 that's lying around. And that they're particularly weak to cards like this Time Machine Miku that go to memory. You can just keep on preying on them turn after turn.
And there we have. So Gemma has indeed standbyed out her. Effectively, this is quite the interesting level 3 on this Summer Pockets. So once again, this level 3 does boost those 2 other Summer Pockets in front of her by 2,000 power. So they are even bigger than what they were. And then at the start of Lee's attack phase, she can pay 1 and then return any number of that specific level 0 that is currently in her memories to hand. And then if she does, she can perform this action X times, choose 1 card in her hand and discard it, then choose one of her opponent's characters and reduce the soul by 1.
It's good tech for this matchup.
Very true, but she can. The key point is she can return any number of those and then modulate how much soul she does. So if she returns 1, she gets to give out 1 minus soul. 2, that's 2 minus soul right there.
So she had to think a lot about that standby trigger there, because the only real choice that was in her waiting room was her finisher, and she doesn't necessarily want to commit her finisher to back row, to front row rather, because I believe Sinfigure has access to memory kick.
It does indeed. It's not a great one that she wants really sort of sitting out there. It's not all that good. It's got to go on its own power. It doesn't get that delicious 2k.
Does deny the Time Machine Miku though. It's so marginal at this stage in the game because card advantage is mattering less and less as the turns go on. But it's a non-zero sum, you know.
Yeah.
It does add a little bit. And really, what are the risks of it going somewhere like memory?
Well, we do get a cheeky peek at Lee's hand there. He does have the event in hand, ready to go, and there it is. The lovely Ignite module, so he gets to salvage 2 of his music characters and then discard 1. And then that event goes off to his memories. And there it is, the other 2 pieces he needs right there. All 3 pieces he has now acquired.
Just confirming that he does have red in his clock is the bottom card. I think Gem also missed it, so he had to feel it out. I was concerned that he just went straight for his deck, but Lee is a very veteran player at this point, and yeah, we've all made that mistake 100 times. I think he's made it 101 times, and he's never, you know, he's that was the last time. He's never making it again.
It is always quite fun when you get to do something like that, and you just forget a card entirely. So there we are, the good old the stock, good old level 1 Slayer right there, the 1/1 that can send, if it reverses its battle opponent that's higher than your opponent's level, goes straight to stock, and it's facing that good old Shiki right there.
Now, I need to put out a PSA. Some people have been calling this like a generic name, like, 1/1 Anti-Change Slayer. I'm sorry. It's an Adachi from Persona 4.
Oh yes, true.
Put respect on his name. That right there, that's an Adachi.
Oh, lest we forget. And as we can see right there, Lee has acquired 2 level 3s for the low price of 1 stock and an extra stock and a draw.
So is that a stock slayer?
It is indeed a stock slayer. So when that Hibiki does eventually fall to Shiki's mighty power, Hibiki effectively gets the last laugh and sends that Shiki straight off to stock.
Yeah, so that's something Jem would have been thinking about, I think. Yeah, of the places where Shiki could be sent, that it would be a pain to fetch. At least it's the top of her stock, so she can pay it out straight away with a brainstorm. But it's yeah, she might not want to commit that stock. She might not want to mill. So yeah, she could end up burying a key piece, which I don't think she's been able to find in her hands so far.
Very, very true. So, oh, just checking some translations right there, finding out what they are. And there it is. Lee is doing the combo. So on his attack with those Kirikas, he gets to look at the top 2 cards of her deck, bin off any number of cards he wishes, and then return the rest to the top of the deck. He's quite a decent finisher, and he's quite versatile, this finisher, because not only does it combo with this Kirika for effectively free, it does combo with the other level 3 Shirabe, which is just on attack with the combo. You can just discard a music character to deal 2 damage. It is absolutely ridiculous. And there we go. Looking, he's liking what he sees. Oh, surprisingly, it's 2 free cards, clean of a climax, and the third is not a climax either. So as we can see, he is just trying to dominate this level 2 into level 3 transition with these early plays.
This is the thing that's so crazy about Symphogear, is it's such an explosive swing of damage and board control.
Oh, and there is the lovely other level 3. And
that's 7 straight damage. That is a full level advantage that Lee's engendered there.
Very, very true. And in fact, it's something that you would actually lovingly have as a nice buffer if he was in this matchup. You'd want that extra cushion, knowing that eventually that Shiki will be coming down.
Did that even through Gem used her back row to give -2 soul. He did all that damage despite the use of that effect. So that is really a kick in the teeth.
Very, very much so. So she has just burnt those memories back to her hand, so she's got to set that up again if she wishes to use it again in order to try and save herself a bit more damage later down the line.
I think, yeah, I mean, from this point on, it's kind of diminishing returns because most swings are going to be for 3 soul now, and it's unlikely that she's going to have 3 in memory to pay for the effect, so countering that 2 soul swing is likely, the best case scenario.
So here we go. We're just playing the good old thing, healing down a bit of that damage.
Stalling, trying to buy some time. Still has open slots thanks to the Slayer and I believe a tie in that 3rd lane.
Very true. And sadly, unless Lee has a nice big counter in hand, that Kirika is sadly just a base power. It's not really going to be saving much, but it does have the power of that Hibiki on that back row, which, as if you were in the last game, it is a nice Pina effect, so he can just bin it off, save that Kirika.
It's crazy value. Trading a level 0 for a level 3, I think 9 times out of 10 I'd take that trade.
Well, very, very much so. Well, it is quite an interesting sort of loop Gemma's been stuck in. She can't quite end it, but she can't quite sort of find the bits she would really want.
Yeah, Gem's really got to take her time with this turn, because, yeah, like, Symphogear doesn't have, like, a traditional, like, explosive finisher top end, but it just gets there.
It's quite just consistent damage from level 2 onwards. It just keeps hitting you, and eventually, like in the show, you will fall over.
That does make it very predictable in terms of output, so you can take your time, try and measure out, okay, what are my opponent's swings going to be? Do I want to leave them open lanes so they're over swinging? Do I want to build a board as big as possible, try and win the lanes?
Very, very true.
Lots of very delicate decisions to be made.
And no doubt these 2 players have played this over and over again until they're effectively blue in the face. But sadly, Gemma is just forcing to play those zeros she salvaged through last time, but she can't get them reversed. They have no way of really getting into memories in order to use that back row effect again.
I believe that affects as a start of attack phase, so you know there's no like mistaken attack order to make or anything like that.
Yes, very, very much so.
That's a
So,
trigger, and
Lee
it's a
says
cancel.
no. Coming in again. Can she get... Oh, she does indeed stick some damage this time round, but...
Yeah, there's the Pino effect sacrificing to save the level 3.
And drawing that last card. Lee is shuffling it all back.
So with the refresh point, Lee is able to clock himself up to level 3 if he so chooses. I don't know if he necessarily wants to.
If he does have the option to do it, though, and gain more hand advantage, and also sort of barring off any shenanigans from Gemma, sort of saying, like, oh, let's have none of those counters or slayers in this place. Let's play the level 3 game straight, shall we? And he is slightly... I would say he does have... Ooh, I think I can see the climax in hand from there. So if he can get himself 2 more level 3s...
Okay, so he's chosen not to clock, as we can see from him moving characters around.
Very interesting. So he chose to stay where he is and play it out.
I do think Shiki, the Summer Pockets finisher, has a lot of range. It can kill from a distance. You can be in the next room and die to a Shiki if you're not careful.
Very true. So Lee's probably thinking like, okay, I want to keep my damage nice and low no matter what it takes. I am not taking any amounts of damage.
It's these two players' style. They just don't want to commit anything they don't have to. It's very interesting. I think a lot of like intermediate players go for the really flashy stuff. Go for like the playing over on death effects to proc them early, stuff like that. But sometimes you just need to play 3 guys in the climax, and if you've got 2 guys on the board already, you only got to play 1. You know.
Very truly deciding what's he gonna do here. Quick look to the side. Deciding there. Okay, he's going in. Looking at them top 2. What does he see?
He likes what he sees. Once again.
We can gauge easily that there is no climax there. And there is a choice, but there is nothing to choice. Oh, and it's 3 straight damage.
Blistering output. It's another 3. Alright, and the trigger on this last attack is a lethal swing.
Oh, and he does not get it. But he does stick it, so he has put Gemma in a nice, precarious situation. She's on 3-6.
Denying the clock does matter.
And we're going deep. We're going the full 4.
Oh.
And he was only able to... he only had really access to one of those cards he could grab with that level restriction.
If only he had a time machine to tell him to stop at 3.
But he has left himself big and open on 2 lanes here.
Not sure if Summer Pockets likes the open lanes here or not, to be honest.
Very true, because you do have the Shiki does have to have, what is it, 3 or less soul she has to have, or is it?
Yes, 3 or less soul, so...
With the direct, just about enough, but she can't go really any higher.
Yeah, it procs on attack, so she doesn't have to worry about trigger. So directs are kind of the sweet spot to get the guaranteed 3.
But she's chosen just to go guy.
She must just not have it. That's why she had to think so hard about standbying the Shiki out earlier. She
and
just
there is
can't
the
find
Shiki.
them.
Oh, the card she wanted was so close, yet so far. Not like this.
There's nothing in there that's worth it. Oh, it's heartbreaking.
Lee is taking the damage, but it's not really all that much. Just little drips and drabs.
Oh, all the
another.
Shiki's coming out, but in the wrong places.
A respectable 3-4 Lee has ended that turn on, but it is 1 damage, cinches it.
And with these 2 lanes here, should not be a challenge.
He should have enough stock in hand to
Why
do
clock
whatever.
It? What's the benefit of clocking here?
He is no doubt probably trying to sort of see if he can find himself a bit more gas, either another Kirika, a Shirabe.
To what end?
Just sort of effectively guarantee yourself just a bit more, because you never know where the climaxes will fall. with that 1 damage, if you just go in with the free straight, especially on high damage, sort of level 3s as they are, you're not really sort of wanting to do that.
Yeah, it's true. Weiss Schwarz, it's a game of swings and roundabouts.
There it is, Kirika. Oh, scoop that straight up there.
There's always the potential for 3 climaxes to be on top.
And as we can see there, that was a play from Lee where he did play over his character to proc the on-wait when it hits the waiting room effect to look at them top 4. So he has 2 Kirikas in hand. Is he going to deliver the death?
Is he going 2-2-2?
It does look like it. But does he play the climax?
I understand.
In hand.
He's playing around the minus soul back row. I completely forgot. This is why I always lose to summer pockets. I forget what their cards do.
Very true.
So yeah, he has to overswing.
He is presenting a nice situation for Gemma. That if he does play a climax here and then side, it can probably affect her what she wants to choose.
Yeah, she has to just take out 1 lane.
So ditching 2. Does she ditch the 3rd? Just the 2. And there's the 3rd, so 3. But where is it all going? Is it all going all on 1, or spread the love around?
You don't want to spread it around because you don't want your opponent swinging for direct damage. This is such a just the minus soul back row makes this such a delicate game state.
All on the center. There we are. 2 coming in, coming hot,
Okay,
and it's
there
there.
we go.
And there's the handshake.
Yeah, super interesting. Especially if you're like an older player. Summer Pockets has changed a lot with standby, but it still feels the same.
Very true. I quite enjoy this variation of Summer Pockets. I would say this is the most technical sort of way you'd want to play it. Like if you are wanting to challenge yourself, this is the deck you would most likely love to play.
It is something that a veteran Summer Pockets like Gem would crack out.
Oh yes, she has gone from all iterations of Summer Pockets effectively almost playing it from release.
Oh yeah, thank you very much for joining us for that game. Take a short break and then come back with, I believe it's the last round of Swiss?
I believe so, yes.
So yeah, don't go anywhere.
No, take care, love you.
And I do believe we're back. Welcome, welcome, welcome. This is the final round of Swiss. We're about... It feels strange to say, we're about halfway through the tournament here, John. We've done 6 rounds of Swiss. This is our 6th. And then we've got 4 rounds of Top Cut.
Very true. It's been a long road, but still a bit of a long road to go. And boy, howdy, do we have a game to end Swiss on.
So both these players, Dario and Lewis, they're on X2, which means one of them is guaranteed Top Cut. But who that is, we're about to find out. We've got Lewis on Steins Gate, Dario on the fresh off the presses, the ink is still wet Zombieland Saga.
Very true. So let's have a crack back of what does Steins Gate do?
So Steins Gate on release, not an amazing set. What does
True.
that mean? It means we've got to look in some interesting directions to find our pieces that win us games. So there's an interesting change combo that can either reveal top, add cards, or it can create a ton of power. And then at the top end, we've got on cancel burn 2. Wind and book triggers, so not amazing triggers there, but also hidden right at the bottom of the deck list is a 3/3 event that heals 4. So watch out for that. That could be a game swinging event. What do we have on the Zombieland Saga side? Because people at home, they might not have looked at this set. It just came out.
I don't blame them for not even knowing about. This is a very spicy build that Dario is indeed running. We have a 0, level 1, and level 2 deck. This man goes, I play all the level 0s, and then I play some level 3s. That is this deck. And it all hinges around a Lily, which on its climaxes, you bounce it, combos with shot. But when you play your Super Twinkle Star climax, and you've paid the cost of bouncing her, you get to choose a level 0 or lower Saga character in your waiting room and put it on any slot on the stage. Just at all. It's just there. So he just gets to just effectively, he's loaded up his zeros with just the value. He has his clean cuts in there. He has his top freeze, grab a card, ditch the rest, discard a card. He's put the max amount of utility in his 0 game as possible, and he's just going to ride that to level 3, of which he then does the Sakura, which you can see in the waiting room right there, the new boogeyman. And this is the most nuts level 3. She does try her hardest to deal the most damage. So she heals on play, pretty standard. But then you pay on ditch on attack, and then you get to deal 1 damage to your opponent. If they cancel that, or you deal 2 damage. If they cancel that, you just put the top 3 card of your opponent's library straight into their claw.
Punished for cancelling.
Very, very much so.
You've got to unlearn habits.
And that is then preceded by her attack.
Yeah, this should be quite the game. So I believe the players are ready to go. So we'll hand it over to them.
Oh, I am absolutely stoked for this.
I'm stoked to see Steins Gate, man. I bought a playset of this on release, and I was so crushed that it didn't match my dream. I thought it was gonna be, the next great set. It just wasn't. It was just fine, but maybe all it needed was a good, well-trained eye,
Nice.
like that of Lewis, to properly, tackle it. Find the hidden gems in here.
Very true. It's sort of a nice standard play out there from good old Dario. He's just got his top 3 on reverse. I'm gonna when she goes, he's gonna go looking for some good old Saga characters and then ditch the rest. Nice bit of hand filtering. I mean, he's got zeros to filter for days.
It's like using your bad zeros to get to your good zeros.
Well, in this case, you're using your good zeros to get to your good zeros.
So yeah, this Steins Gate list, there are 2 paired level 1s. The game benefits if each other are in the level zone, and then there's a back row card that stops them from the level zone to the stage.
That's
So
quite interesting.
They hit some pretty big numbers. I wouldn't be surprised considering the deck list that Dario has brought, those level 1s might come out and then never die. We might
Yes.
see them until level 3.
It would be, I'm not going to lie, it's going to be quite a bit difficult for Dario to actually reverse anything, per se.
Yeah, that is something that makes me think about this deck decision. It's, it's extreme, and I think the way that Weiss is at the moment, we're ready for some extreme.
Very, very true. And what's more extreme than just abandoning 2 levels and just going, I like the start of the game, and I like the end of the game. Let's just have those throughout everything.
They are the 2 best parts of the game, I've heard.
Very true. And there it is. There is the Zero herself. She is also a brainstormer, so it is actually a very good card.
That's something you want to see early, absolutely.
He gets the nice choice. There he goes, flipping the 4. Sadly, not really seeing anything, just zeros all the way.
It's funny. Brainstorms recently, they've been trailing off in popularity. You used to see 4 of in every deck mandatory, sometimes 5. Now, people are running generally 3, sometimes 1, occasionally 0.
Very true. It's gone from quite a staple, but then again, sort of the branch that slot usually takes up has been widened to accommodate for a bit more variety. We have now like cards that resonate to top 4. We have also like the on climax pay 1 top 4s. It's you get to sort of branch out a bit more and fit a card in that you like.
Yeah, I mean, 0 is just so tight now. There are so many good cards printed at level 0. It's a real challenge to fit everything in there that you want to.
And I think Dario has cracked the code and just gone, I have seen between the matrix. I know the code. It is 0s, but no 1s.
What is his climax split?
His climax is just the straight 4-4. So we have 4 shot, 4 gate.
So gate is advantage. Shot is the finisher combo.
It is the gate is the finisher combo.
Okay.
It is the shot that is his pseudo advantage.
I see.
It's quite an interesting advantage at that. If you can call it advantage. If those people that remember a deck called Dodai, you might be getting similar sort of lightish vibes about that. And I myself do enjoy some good Dodai.
So one thing I find interesting about Dario as a player, he plays incredibly fast.
He does, in fact. It's quite, in fact, strange, to be honest.
So, sometimes, like, I remember, especially when I was a younger player, I would find myself, like, pressured to match his pace. And that would, like, kind of force me into making mistakes. Obviously, not done deliberately by him. That's just part of being a card game veteran. You learn how to play your cards quickly. But
very true.
It can have quite an interesting, like, mental effect.
Very true. I would sort of suggest people out there just you play to your own pace, but of course try and keep your games brisk.
Absolutely.
Don't take too long, otherwise you would incur the wrath of the judge.
So someday we may be able to convince TOs to give us a best of 3 format, but that won't happen as long as we're taking 45 minutes around. So
very true.
Yeah, one interesting thing about this Steins Gate list is even though there are there's 3 level 1s that can all be played to front row, they're all being run at like a 3 of because you don't want them to clog. But that means that now in a matchup where they would be really key and doing a ton of work, they just can't be found. And these 2 green Sugahas here, they will their coin flip bounces. So there's potential that he's just opening up direct lanes and taking damage when if he just found his level 1s, he wouldn't have to take it.
Very, very true. Dario there, just reversing some of his utility. No, for a man that has only really 0s to play around with, he's not going to really lose the stock game. He does get that lovely advantage of he's not actually locked out of anything unless he somehow draws all of his level 3s.
There are the coin flips going off and bouncing back to hand, so these open slots could, that was a big swing of damage from Lewis. That could very easily be a swing back as repercussion.
Very true. And there we are, Dario brainstorming, trying to find something.
First deck brainstorms. This is something that I've made a bit of a mantra. You shouldn't, if you go for a first deck brainstorm, you shouldn't expect to hit.
Very true.
Which is why Dario has 2 here to guarantee that he will eventually hit 2 climaxes.
True. It's
It-
like, I think people sort of you should temper your expectations. See more as like
Absolutely.
just a mill 4 with an added bonus.
Mill 4
But-
with potential upside.
Yeah. Or if sort of you've got a bit of dirty stock, you want to clear it out a bit, sort of, and just the mill 4's just there. So there we are, just bringing those lilies back. And what is he going to pair with them? He's chosen the... Ooh. Choosing the cards. Choosing them wisely. Settling on those 3. But which ones?
I do have a little bit of beef with Zombieland Saga, I think. So I've seen the full foil variants of the deck, and they have the what I call the Persona 5 problem, where it's a bunch of characters on the same background. Makes it pretty
Yes.
difficult to read them from a distance. Makes it pretty hard to understand what's going on.
Very true. So we see that lily in the center. If his opponent plays a climax, he does get to send that off to the stock and get a free stock.
It's so interesting. I think a lot of the time, in a more standard list, that card, it might find place sometimes. I know in like old Bang Dream it was run as a 3-of, but then a couple of months later it was run maybe sometimes. Because you're trying to fill up so many 0 slots, it's just good enough, and it
there
just
we
gets
go.
there.
There's the combo. Returns 2 of those lilies, brings out 2 more level 0s straight from the waiting room. So effectively, he just gets to sort of keep his hand being those lily brainstorms and then acquiring more 0s as he keeps going. This is absolutely ridiculous deck. I'm loving it.
It's a really wacky thing to get from like such an early time in the Dex release span. You'd think people would want to try something more traditional just while they get their bearings with the new effects, get a feeling for the utility that's there. But Dario's not a standard player.
Very, very true. And we can see right there that Yurigi in the back row is the Pina that has been actually showing up a bit more often now that we've hit the second half of the Swiss.
It's crazy. Pina used to be such a rare effect. You'd like maybe see it in like a fringe deck sometimes. But apparently it's the new hotness.
Very, very true.
Maybe you should take a second look at your set's level 0 lineup and find out if you've got a Pina just sitting there waiting to be splashed in.
You just slap one in there, why not? And we can see, in a way, this deck does remind me a bit of the No Game No Life 0 combo deck, which was quite a fun sort of like a bit of a meme-ish deck, a very enjoyable deck to play. Nonetheless.
So that yellow bananas event in the Steinscape Players Clock, that's the Heal 4 event.
That's the infamous Heal 4.
So there's one of those in Clock there, and there's another one in Waiting Room, so we know he's not sandbagging it. We have to, we have to wait until the refresh to see if he could draw it. His level 3 Climax combo is on play draw 2 drop 1, so he could find one through that, but at the pace this game's going, he might not be able to afford it.
Very true. Dario is really trying to rush his opponent. He wants to get in there, get in low, get in hard, and then sort of open the way up for his Sakura to really finish it off and be punishing.
Yeah. One thing that I think, if you're more familiar with other TCGs, and you're coming to Weiss Schwarz, one thing that might be quite confusing is there's no real like control archetype, and there's no real aggro archetype. But Dario's list here feels very much like like a goblin tribal deck in MTG, for instance. It's just creating guys who are here to swing.
Very, very much so. It is just guys everywhere, and they just keep bringing out more guys. This is absolutely ridiculous. So
this is something that makes Steins Gate so
No.
weak is its advantage brainstorm is rest 2.
Though
And has whiffed there, which is rough.
another crux of this zero deck
Mhm.
is the Lily we see in those 2 side lanes. When that dies in battle, he gets to reveal the top card of his deck. And if it's a 0, of which characters and climaxes also count as it, he gets to just put that character back in his hand.
Amazing. Incredible.
So he is just he's just refreshing these lilies over and over again, returning them to his hand like the loving, doting father that he is.
So this is the level zone swap that I was talking about. So the one that's on stage, I believe, is the one that reveals top and adds it to hand if it's a character with the trait. And if it has the corresponding character in clock, it gains power.
Well, I have noticed this game, Dario has in fact managed to keep his field of zeros, while his opponent Lewis just doesn't seem to really keep his field all that much. He's just emptying it all, not really pushing the boat further out to punish this deck.
Yeah, I mean, because we're focusing on level ratios so much this game, I think this Steins Gate deck is one that is being pulled in a lot of directions. Because these level 1s, you want to run 4 of each of them so that you can swap them consistently and, tri-lane them as frequently as possible. A level 3, a lot of the Steins Gate level 3s are pretty good and have decent secondary effects. That you really can't afford not to include, especially if you're going to run the heal 4 event, stuff like that. The level 0, there's a ton of utility. The level 2 is traditionally the area you skip on, but there are some good counters there, so really you have to include a little bit of everything, which means in this game he struggled to find his level 1 setup, and it's been to his detriment because he can't set up a wall for this level 0 deck to crash into.
Very, very true. Or maybe he doesn't actually realize what he is effectively facing.
This is possible. Yeah.
And maybe he is just holding back, expecting that level 1, expecting something to come down, but more zeros just keep appearing.
It is commentator privilege that we get to look at the deck lists before the game starts.
Very, very true.
I don't think you can afford to not take the book here.
Very true. Oh, sadly, with that reveal of the climax, that lily does not come back to hand. It has to be a character. But he does get access to maybe booking another. And there he is, just saves it with the Urigi anyway.
Okay, so the card he reveals he adds to hand. I see. Yeah, that's good stuff. The more I see from this deck, the more I like it. It's fun.
It is a ridiculous deck. He has managed to not actually be all that hindered on his hand throughout this entire game.
It's kind of like, how army decks always have some crazy advantage engine to keep them going, and the only detriment is all of your army cards have some terrible effect, they just get big or they're clock bombs or something. It's like that, but all of your zeros also do things and are good cards.
Very true. He has assembled an army deck in a non-army deck. In fact, what I might actually have a look. Has he managed to fit every single girl in this deck? I think he actually has. No, he is missing some of the girls, so he hasn't assembled the full band, which is a bit sad.
Not assembling the Avengers. That's a different deck, I'm sure.
There we go. Just standard cards. We're seeing now that he's got access to his level 3 game.
This is an early play, I assume.
It is an early play for just having 4 or more saga characters.
Great, and heal to stock on play.
In fact, it is indeed a heal to stock. And if he's got 2 or more other saga characters, this indeed gets 4,000 power, and he gets to draw a card and discard a card for the turn.
That 4,000 power has got to be for the turn. But most of the time, your early plays are only living 1 turn anyway, because by then, the level 3 game's coming down. Most early plays aren't surviving that.
Very true. And the base power of this one is only 7.5 without that 4K boost for the turn.
Very interesting. So yeah, I mean, Dario doesn't need to develop the board much here.
What is there? When you've already reached perfection, how can you develop further?
grabbing more heals for next turn. Just, you know, kind of... That's the great thing about this Zero deck. You spend a lot of your time just kind of maintaining the status quo. You don't have to worry too much about developing the board.
Very true. And he does seem to have brought Lewis into sort of this nice slugfest that he really wants to go for.
Yeah, and this is not the type of game that Steins Gate wants to find itself embroiled in at all.
Very, very true. Grabbing the Pina there, right fresh into hand, popping it with style.
So one thing that's absent from this Steins Gate list, which I think is the direction I ended up going with it before I dropped it entirely, it's got a Malika's Wish event, which is a sacrifice a named character to heal on a 2-1 event counter.
Quite a potent event back in the day.
Yeah, I think it's not present in this deck because the card quality in Steins Gate is not so great. So you don't want to add additional restrictions based on which character you can bring.
Very true.
So I think that's how the 3-4 event got here, but not Malika's Wish. I think it's a tough decision point. It is a real challenge, but yeah, I think especially if you're going with this top end, I think it's a line worth considering. Plus, also, the event has 8 alternate arts to choose from, which is great fun. Everyone loves showing a little bit of identity through their decks, through their card choices.
Very true. And if you do have access to multiple different arts, you try and fit as many of the different ones in as possible. Though, if you do, make sure to note those correctly on your deck list.
That is it does make writing the card into your deck list take 4 times as long, but it's worth it.
Be sure not to run out of space.
So we can get a little peek at Lewis's hand here. He looks pretty set up to go. He's got a back row that I believe it salvages on play, and he's got a copy of his level 3 finisher.
Very true, and he is close to that penultimate point where he gets to bring it all out. In fact, both players have been kept very even this entire game, which is absolutely staggering.
It's interesting with these coin flips. Lewis has kind of been playing Dario's game. It's been like, all right, I'll play level 0s every turn as well, so you can play at that.
Very true, and both haven't really been hindered all that much from effectively transitioning into this move. Some decks would sort of struggle. They'd lower the sort of expectations to deal with these zeros. They'd start bleeding hand, then you sort of bleeding stock to try and recuperate your hand.
Absolutely. Yeah, another key weakness in Steins Gate is the early play slot. There are no early plays in the set that gain power. So the biggest early play is 9-5. It's tough, but there is a promo we see on the top of Lewis's level, which has experience with, I believe it's the level 1 pair, and depending on which one, you'll gain 2-5 power, or you'll gain 500 power and 1 soul. So it's like a little 2-1 2 soul thingamajig. That's an interesting win trigger. I'm not sure what. I mean, I'm not sure if I love that bounce. It gains you the coin flip, but it gives Dario a heal next turn, and I don't think when your finish is cancel burn, you don't have the reach. You don't want to give your opponent a chance to heal down because you're only dealing a guaranteed amount of damage. You're not stretching a long distance.
And Dario cancelling one and just peeling another off the top.
The coin flip is really important because I think Lewis is running low on cards in hand.
There we are. It's just 3-4 damage. Oof.
That's an important stick. That just broke the game wide open, I think.
But can Sakura break this game even further in the opposite direction? Is effectively live. He just has to grab it into hand. Can he do it? Sadly, there is one sat there, but there is the other. Come to daddy, Dario says.
Yeah,
But does he have the gate, though?
So interestingly, because of that coin flip, Dario knows not to swing with it first, because the one will stick. Wait, no, you want the one to cancel, right? That's how the card works?
You want the early cancels you want to happen. You want to cancel twice effectively,
Yeah.
and then have the free cards go straight into your clock.
Well, you could even take E1 cancel too.
There he is, just discarding down. He keeps that power up. It's the draw. Try and see if he can grab that gate. Still not found it. From what we can see in his hand. Not sure if he's flipping too fast and it's there, but we're just not seeing it. But it does not look good for the Sakura finish, and I think he's abandoned it.
Yeah, it's definitely not as, it's not a super precarious position because you can heal all the way down, and a cancel burn 2 can only do so much.
Very, very true. Representing a nice big field. Sad the kick in the teeth would be if that gate does show up on these free attacks. He wants to keep it in there, try and keep it live, potentially for the next turn.
I think a lot of the Steinsgate finishes have kind of fallen out of place actually. So be interested. It is draw 2 drop 1, but I don't think he'll actually be able to assemble a lot of his pieces.
And there's the cancel. Okay, so nice clean triggers from there. So we could potentially see the Sakura come down, but he does have to survive this turn.
I think there's kill potential here.
I do think so as well. Dario does not want to see anything really sort of scary coming down, but if we can take a sneaky peek in Lewis's hand, I think he does have the climax.
So yeah, this backer is I misspoke earlier, it's not a salvage, it's a heal to stock.
He does have the climax there, ready to go. But does he have the Miuri to go with it?
I think I can see at least one in his hand, if not two. Unless this set is actually pretty legible, but there is a lot of characters standing against Sky, which is a bit of a challenge.
Yeah. Which one is the correct Sky, though? Go looking around.
This is a Rust 2 level swap. Yeah, the level 3 has experience check for the Riki, I believe. So that's what he's setting up with that.
So
straight
into
the experience is necessary for the climax combo to work because Steinsgate can't have nice things.
And there it is. It's coming down.
Yep.
Reaching for the sky. Reaching for the win.
The other 2 copies are in his waiting room, but he did just draw into a card from the TD and on reverse restand. Staple one of.
Quite an interesting card to put in just a trial deck.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is why I find the it's this girl, Mayuri, that the Madika's wish is for. If you look at his board, he's got 3 copies on there. He's got a 4th that he's thinking about playing. Having some Sayaka's wish in hand wouldn't be so bad here, you know? Like, a lot of the level 3s that you want to play are that named character anyway. So I really don't think you lose much by including them. They can get a bit bricky, and one thing that Steinsgate does struggle with is discard outlets, but I think you're in a bit of a beggars can't be choosers situation with this set.
Very true. Dario counting up that waiting room, establishing how many climaxes are in there.
Well, it's just having to really carefully think about how he approaches this turn. He doesn't have many resources to play with. The restand is expensive. So he can't just play everything and then figure it out. He's got to do all the thinking up front.
Very true. Really would suggest that to people as well. Make sure you calculate everything. If you play a nice, tight, solid game and walk away from it knowing everything that you chose, that you couldn't have played it any better, that's probably the better feeling. Sadly, the cards might not fall where you'd want them, but that's something you can't really account for.
So this card he's just played, it's an early play with the level 1s as a condition. And then it's an on-play bounce. I think he chose not to bounce anything. Maybe he bounced a back row. Apologize, it glanced away from the screen.
Very true. Choosing not to hit those level 3s this time.
Chose not to go for the restart, and I have to wonder why. Is he trying to think forward to a next turn? I guess he must be.
Which is a bit
Okay, he's
interesting.
also committing this.
So, maybe sort of establishing sort of that extra soul that he needs, really sort of pushing it out there, making sure he's got enough soul on board to do the deed he needs.
Yeah. So the restand cost is pay 3, drop 1 on reverse. So he still has the resources. The cancel burn is only pay 1. So with the 1 stock, he has just enough to execute this turn.
Dario has quite the maze that he needs to navigate here. And here comes down the climax.
A wind, because this set was pre-choice.
Oh, not even on a shot.
I would prefer wind to shot for what that's worth.
True, it does give them. It does give Lewis access to a lot more bounce, so he does get to fare pretty well against sort of big old wally standby decks and sort of miggly early play mass decks like Sinfigure.
Yes, so
and the cancel straight.
yeah, this back row level 3 is giving 2k in front, so they're all pretty huge.
There is
Yeah, you have to pay the 1 up front, I think, to get the cancel burn too.
So sticking it all on that restander. Cancel again. Is Dario safe at this point, or is he still clutching? Does he need to cancel this one? Or
And with the restand, he has to cancel 1, right?
and there it is. He's pretty much safe at this point, and there it just takes it straight.
Restand and trigger is an out. He might choose to
Does it
hold it
happen?
back.
Does he think, is it worth it? Can I survive another turn?
Yeah, he's just checking, is there a climax in there? Is this a guaranteed cancel? He doesn't even need to trigger because of refresh damage.
Very, very true. So he just needs to stick free.
I think even if there's 1 climax in there, you have to go for this line, right? Because you're probably losing next turn anyhow.
Very, very.
Okay, he's just
He doesn't.
passing. He's just trusting in his deck.
That is the heart of the cards. Going to steer him well. There is another Sakura in hand.
Is Dario gonna find the gate? Is that a gate at the back? No, that's what he just clocked. Okay,
Oh, and he
Is that a gate?
still cannot find it.
he's trying to sniff it out.
He is digging hard as fast as he can, but he might just have to not bother. There it
There
is.
it's so close.
So
It's so
close.
close.
But he does, in fact, get.
Is that a pay 1 drop 1 draw?
the-
What an incredible profile to have access to.
It is, in fact, a pay 1 discard a saga character. He gets to look at the top 3 cards of his deck, and he gets to grab a card.
Incredible.
So he's looked at that top 1.
That's all
It's
he
the
needed.
one he needed. And yep, I will happily take my Sakura combo. Thank you.
Alright.
Good day.
Is there no cost to this level 3?
The level 3 combo is, yeah, it's fairly costed. Why wouldn't it be? Of course, when you think of the good old Sakura, is just a pay 1 discard a card.
Okay, that's reasonable.
It's reasonable.
On attacks, so Dario can obviously still afford it this time.
Very, very true. So it's.
So
But then again, it is. So he would have to go forward with something else before his Sakura.
yeah.
But it is mainly the Sakura that he wants to end this out on.
So hindsight's going to be 2020, but as we see the top card of Lewis's
Free.
deck here, it was not a trigger. So if he restood, he would have won the game. That's heartbreaking to see.
And there it is. Does he go here or is he waiting? He
He's
is
trying
waiting.
to make the information as precise as he possibly can, I suppose.
Figuring out a bit more, dig a bit deeper. There is 4 damage standing between him and victory.
What happens if the top 3 cards going into clock effect goes off, and they're on 3 cards in deck. Does it go through refresh? Okay.
That would be interesting. I'm not too certain on that.
Yeah, I believe Lewis just 8 damage and died there. So there we go. That is our game. And Dario makes it into top cut in a really interesting game. He did put on a show for us.
Zombieland Saga has once again risen up and claimed a good old musical hit.
I think we've got to keep an eye on this set. If there are builds as wacky as this out there, there's going to be some gems coming out of this set, I'm sure.
The level 3 is quite potent. I would like to see a more stable sort of standard level 1 into level 2 sort of deck variation and see how that plays. But this is indeed quite a fun variation Dario is indeed piloting.
This is a buy a play set, but you're buying like 3 or 4 decks with it, I'm sure.
No doubt. And I cannot wait to see it further in the top.
All right, well, thank you for joining us for this last round of Swiss. We're going to have a medium-sized break, so, grab yourself some food, grab yourself some drinks, maybe, get up from your desk, do a little walk, take a stretch, stay hydrated. We'll be right back with some messages and top cut.
Peace.
And welcome back. If you've been letting us rest on your second monitor, it's time to promote us back up to first, because we're here with Top Cut of the UK Open Live. I'm Ewan, I'm joined by John. Say hello, John.
Hello, welcome back. We got a nice hot game off the press as well to get us into that top cut. We have Rent a Girlfriend, piloted by Chris, versus Goblin Slayer, piloted by our good old boy Alex.
The sun's set now, it's dark outside, and we're nonetheless, players are soldiering on. We've got 4 rounds of Top Cut. 2 players at the top of standings at the end of Swiss, and a bye round. Everyone else has got to fight their way through, but this is knockout. So player loses this game, they're out for good. We've got 2. I think it's fair to say that they're like pretty standard recognized builds by now. So we've got 8 door Rent a Girlfriend, and then we've got door Standby Goblin Slayer. So lots of red to keep track of. These are 2 excellent players. They've fought their way up to Top Cut. Yeah, I mean, I think they're ready to go. We can talk about the lists a little bit.
Very true, but there's not really much to say, to be honest. Rent a Girlfriend is quite sort of a bit of a lackluster say. It doesn't do anything too unique. It just does things okay.
It's very good at playing one specific level 3 over and over and over again.
Very true. You are effectively renting her continuously, and your stock is your yens to pay for her.
Standby Goblin Slayer, I think it's one of the sleekest standby decks out there. It's very much just like, splash, it's free value. We've got a lot of good level 3s.
Very true. You got a nice bit of tools. You throw your torches out there. You got your big Goblin Slayer boys at 1. And then you just transition into that selection of healing down and the occasional Goblin Slayer to sort of push a bit extra damage.
All right, players are ready, so we'll hand over them, give them the go-ahead. So in this matchup, do you think there's like a particular leaning towards one player over another?
I would say Goblin Slayer might have this slight bit of an edge, just because he's able to sort of push a little bit harder, like towards that sort of middle gap between his 1 and 3 game, that Rent a Girlfriend probably will struggle a little bit in.
Yeah, I think especially the see at the top of Alex's waiting room on the right, the Witch back row, it being a when damage is taken scry and a huge assist to level 3s, can really like duel out those high level 3 numbers and like win board, open up lanes to direct into, while being simultaneously a defensive card, making sure he's not taking too much damage. I believe Chris's level 3 is burn 1 on attack with the climax in play too.
It is burn 2 on attack.
Burn 2. But even so, that like just additional value for the damage scry, right? Just
True.
Absolutely, mitigating damage as much as possible.
But also, it does get the effect of the Chizuru that it does get to return to hand if it is attacked. But with the extra power that Alex is throwing out, I don't think he'll actually get to use that effect.
He might have to be crashing in, yeah.
Very much be a 1 rent only, sadly.
Speaking of crashing in these in this opening turn, this Goblin Slayer approach, this is one of the best cards ever printed. So it's a 3k level 1, and at the start of your opponent's attack step, you get to move it in front of any of their characters. Now, as we were talking about earlier today, 3,000 power, a lot of decks can't deal with that. It's too big.
Very true. And it becoming a level 1 as well, it avoids all those pesky on reverse, or if you're a level 0, I take you down with me cards. It happily just sits there and laughs at them.
And you can't side it either, because it's level 1, so you're just hoping for a trigger. So you, like Chris has done here, you just have to crash into it.
There we go, Alex paying out that stock, searching his deck there for a Goblin Slayer with that Sword Maiden. There it is, the classic, the poster boy for any Goblin Slayer deck. This 1-0 combo has seen it all. It is the money card for the set.
There's something about this combo. I don't know, like, Goblin Slayer's utility, it's nothing special. It's like exceptionally average. And yet every Goblin Slayer player I've ever played has been able to play 3 of these guys down no sweat. every single game.
Very
As
true.
soon as they hit level 1, I don't know what it is.
It is ridiculous. Just the amount of utility you can get to it, and his own combo of the torch, being able to grab him up as well, is absolutely ridiculous. But Chris is cancelling all this damage. He is...
Cancels the little swing at the very least.
Ooh,
Now he's got the big swings coming. Not too many options in there. Has to take a farm goal. Do you know what that card does?
that is the back row assister that also gives out power if you play events.
It's what I'm talking about with Goblin Slayer 0. It's nothing exciting, you know? It's just kind of fine.
Yeah, it is quite a vanilla sort of not too great level 0 game, but they're all very nice cards to have. Like,
It's
you
true.
wouldn't sneeze at any of these.
It's very true. So damage pretty level here. It's buried a little bit in Alex's clock, but he does have red, so he's not worried about color going into level 1.
Very true, but we can see a sneak peek in Chris's hand there. He is slowly getting choked out of playable cards, holding on to what is a sizable chunk of climaxes. Really needs to find an out for them at some point.
It's a pretty brave brainstorm, considering his hand state. I guess he's just trying to mill towards his other climaxes.
Very true, but he does need to start sort of finding it out. What is he going to do? There's the Mammy coming down. Let him try and search out a bit of utility to go. Can he find his level 1 combo? There it is. The girl herself. Chizuru.
So this level 1, it only hits 7k during your turn, but it's small in the opponent's turn. So he might have to think twice about committing this turn, just because it's very good at attacking the Goblin Slayer level 1, whereas it cannot defend against it whatsoever. The Goblin Slayer level 1 is like 6k if you have 2 or more other, 7k with the climax. It's just a beautiful breakpoint to hit.
Very true. And if Alex does get the correct setup, he will get to keep his Goblin Slayers being 7Ks during his opponent's turn with that Priestess back row, if she does make an appearance.
See, I think Chris has to think really hard about whether he wants to commit or not this turn. I wouldn't be surprised if he chooses to play 3 zeros and a climax to go with it. He has so many in his hand to spend.
Very, very true. Not really being able to do all that much there, even though he has played the classic level 0 on reverse. If it's another 0 it's facing, it gets to take it down, but Goblin Slayer is just laughing at that card.
He's only got 3 cards in hand here, I believe. No, 4.
4
But
cards.
3 of them are climaxes, so he kind of has to play the combo this turn, huh?
In a way, you could say he's almost, if he does commit to the combo, he only has effectively 2 cards in hand. 1 of the combo and 1 actual playable card outside that, and 2 cards he really wants to find to get out of there. And this combo could, in fact, get him what he wants. So on the combo, he does get a nice salvage on the classic reverse, I do believe.
And then it's discard to grab the event that we see in level in top of waiting room, right?
He does get the event, or he can pick up another Rent a Girlfriend. He can double rent. The classic blockbuster play if I ever did see one. But always remember to rewind your tapes before you give them back.
They charge extra for that, I've heard.
There we are, he's coming on in. Alex just eating this damage.
So interestingly, one of the key weaknesses of Goblin Slayer is early plays, because at the top of Alex's clock there, that's the best anti-change option in the deck, and it's not hot. It's not a great card, so...
No, he is a very bog standard way of attacking a level 3.
So a lot of Chris's game plan here might be to try and get his level 3s out early, and maybe even like commit to his like finishing combo when Alex is like low level 2, just because it's the most opportune time before the witch is out, before all of other level 3s are out, before that engine really starts popping.
That would be quite a gamble on Chris's side there, but he does go in for 4 damage. Oh my god, he's absolutely going to town on poor Alex here.
And it's good to get, and we've been talking about it all day, but getting good damage advantage against standby is so important.
Very true. You want to really get that good old lead, so when the gates start coming down, the walls start coming up, you really want to be ahead and really push as hard as you really can.
It's,
during it.
yeah, especially considering Chris's questionable climax lineup.
And his sort of almost questionable hand. It's even with that combo, it's still not the greatest hand he is working with.
I think he's chosen. Do you have to discard a character with the combo, or is it any card?
It is, in fact, you have to discard a Rent-A-Girlfriend, so he's
Yeah, so
still
you
not
can't get those climaxes out. It's tough.
very true. He's just got to sit there on those climaxes and really just find out, can he hide effectively this information from Alex as best as he can.
So it's another reason the damage lead is so important, right? Because he's anticipating a swing back in this coming turn.
Very true. He knows Alex has picked up one Goblin Slayer previous. He has another Goblin Slayer to go with that. Can he perfect the trifecta?
There's a third one in his clock, and the fourth one could very much be in Dex. So it might only be a two-laner, as they call it in the biz.
Salvaging the cowgirl, so he might have access to it. There's one. There's two. And there's three.
They always have it, man. I don't know how they do it.
But, and does he have the climax to go with? Effectively, a play like nice and reasonable is try to get the most out of your torches when you can. So if he has access to a torch, try and use it if possible, and you get to refill that hand later. Dig a bit deep. Is he going to search or salvage? Searching as always.
So here's a pro tip for aspiring Goblin Slayer players out there.
Didn't find
As you search for your first torch, even if you don't have one there, just make sure you look at everything. But if you are finding your first torch, check if there are additional ones there so that you're not missing your combo like this.
As we just saw, very, very important to count it all up.
I
Gamble as you can.
Yeah, I was speaking to Alex earlier. He is very tired at this stage of the day, so he just missed that there was a torching clock, which is very unfortunate. But that's the game.
But that, even though he hasn't been able to pick up a torch, he still has valuable information. Being able to look through that deck, see what's in there.
He knows that it's all clean, so he knows that Chris's first attack wants to slam that torch for 4, not think twice about it.
Very, very true. And if it's all clean, so that's free clean stock going straight in, he does not have to worry about any of this and just happily go to town and then do his straight torch on the first attack that comes his way. Though Chris could slightly manipulate it if he so wishes and side each of those. So he does have the climax, so he wouldn't hinder the stock. Well, not the stock, the cell output.
Mm-hmm.
But it would deny Alex access to torching. And if Chris has even just a hint that all that is clean, that might be the play to go for.
It's really tricky, because swinging for 1/1/1 here probably isn't the line that sounds like incredibly attractive. Especially if you hear like, oh, there's a clean deck right there waiting for you. But the threat of the torch is enough. Maybe you go for like one side and then a front attack, something like that.
Very true.
I don't know. It's true. I think you sacrifice too much by side attacking. Maybe if you can't make a lane bigger, then it's worth like going for. But
very true. And as we said, both of these players are getting quite tired. It's been a very long day. Swiss is very much an endurance of the body, while in this Top Cut we are very much all about your mental endurance. Can you keep nice and frosty all the way through?
It's a challenge. So obviously with lockdown and everything, a lot of people just haven't been playing at events, or maybe been playing at like downsized locals. People aren't traveling so much. A lot of people have lost the stamina that you need to play in a long event like this. I know it took me years to build up enough to play 6 rounds of Swiss, let alone make it to Top Cut and get all the way there.
So there we have another Chizuru. It is a nice big old power pump on attack to one of his guys, so he can give all that extra power over to that other Chizuru level 1 combo.
This is a 2-attack turn because his hand is so small. It's
It is.
really tough.
Oof, it is not looking good, but it's the best he can muster, but he has managed to at least guarantee himself a reverse and try and correct some of that stuff. And if he's managed to even pick up a other Rent-A-Girlfriend to try and do it, now here's the torch straight
Oh, there was
away.
a climax in there on top. Oh no.
But Alex not going
Why is he
on
stopping
4.
on 3?
Very, very odd.
Very unfortunately calculated.
Unless
That's a huge swing. That's crazy. Like this 2-attack turn has dealt like as much damage as some 3-attack turns throughout this tournament.
very true. And there is the 2k counter coming down, so denying that.
Oh, climax bottom card, so that's
was.
staying out.
So that's why he did not do the full top 4. There was another one. He'd already seen one, so he didn't want to risk it any further. Nice reasonable play there from Alex. Keeps him low on that damage, but he is now a level behind.
Yeah, I think people underestimate. Torch is a really skill testing card. And I think when you're showing up to an event like this, one that you know is gonna go long, you do have to think about like, is this deck like easy enough for me to pilot for like 8 hours?
Very, very true. It's almost why, even though Milky Homes is like a ridiculously good deck, not many players choose to run it in tournaments for that very reason.
Absolutely.
It's quite a high skill deck to pilot. You don't want to be going all for them hours burning away, because you will just drain yourself everything.
I know Alex had some close games in Swiss as well that he had to work hard on, so he's just beat.
What can he find? He's got to find something in the tank, at least to try and get himself up a bit further. Using the torch during his turn. Seeing if he can find something, get a bit more options there. Fill up that bin.
Nothing amazing. I think that this is one other problem that that Goblin Slayer has because of like the sketchy level 0, and the kind of like deck restrictions that you put on yourself for running standby. A lot of your top 4s, you're going to be looking at like 2 medium options, 1 bad option, and 1 non-option. So you just have to take a medium choice, and I've never seen someone like excited to see something other than a level 1 Goblin Slayer off a torch.
Very, very true. It is not necessarily the pieces themselves, but more how they interact with each other that is the key to sort of a good Goblin Slayer play, I'd say.
So this is a search brainstorm, and I believe Alex was looking for another copy of the level 1 Goblin Slayer, which he milled.
Oh, and there it is, the 2-2. Is he going to straight play this?
He could. He's got the stock for it, and it's a huge soul swing, which could get him back into the game.
Very, very true.
I think you're running standby. It's easy to get like hung up on the value, but sometimes you just need to play out a 2-2.
Very, very true. Pay all that out. Chris really has effectively nothing to add to this. He has 2 cards in hand, only 3 stock, and a single card in that front row. And he doesn't really want to be pushing forward those brainstormers anytime soon.
Yeah, Rent-A-Girlfriend's anti-change is pretty sketchy, right?
Once again, Alex brainstorming away. He has gone through 8 cards in his deck. Really digging deep.
12 with the torch too. It's really just trying to get to the next tree fruit.
And there is the 1-0 boy himself. A very solid body. Nice 6k base. Well, effectively a 6k base, because it's ridiculously easy condition. He just picks up 2 straight there.
Is there another climax at the back of his hand there?
It's hard to see. I think he might. There, torching once again.
Chris is laughing. He's like, "Oh, I didn't know I was playing against 8 Asses of Aprilia. This is madness."
And there he is, grabbing the Sword Maiden back row, storing away for later. What does he have to fight against this?
Okay, no climax if he's going to attack. Yeah, they're just bodies. They're just good, efficient bodies.
Then it is nice 2-2-2 all across the board. Really needs all this damage to stick. And then, well, we get the opposite thing. What does Chris answer to this board? This is a nice, solid board.
Hopefully he'll bring out his his level 3s. This is what he's aiming to do.
And is that only 6 climaxes I see going back for Chris? Not very many, and it's not got to get all that compression. He is very light, and that is a very heavy deck he is shuffling right there.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Chris told me his deck was triple sleeved, so it's even thicker than it would be.
And there we go. So Alex does get the complimentary refresh point right there. And this final attack, can he hit it? Free coming at you. Chris says no to that.
That's a good cancel, because he can still clock himself up to 2 and do everything that he wants to do this turn, but he doesn't.
In a way, he would pretty much have to clock himself up to 2. He's staring at 3 cards, all of which aren't really all that tempting to play.
Yeah, I mean, he doesn't lose anything by cancelling there, so it's a best case scenario for Chris. He doesn't have much stock, actually. That is one thing.
And once again, just still, he gets rid of them climax, and they still come straight back to his hand.
Yeah, it's he's low on resources because he's seen so many climaxes. He only got one of his climax combo off.
And there we go. Chris is paying for his event, sticking off in memories. So, if I'm ready or not, here I go.
This is a brainstorm for 2. That's huge. He really needs these cards.
So, at the beginning of his main phase, that effect of that event that he has jammed in memories will now fire off, though he does have to wait until the next main phase in order to do it, as he has missed the beginning. So, he does get the good old recollection startup, place this card from his memory into his waiting room, and he gets to play down the level 3 from his hand onto stage and give it a nice 1000 power for the turn.
This is the level 3 climax combo, right?
Yes, indeedy. It is a very sort of a slower way of being able to pay it out.
But you do get it for free, so him being low on resources won't matter so much.
Very, very true. Still, once
2 cards
again,
in hand.
Chris showing once again he's not got all that much in the tank. He's really sort of having to scrape together each turn something to fight off against Alex. But then again, Alex is sort of a bit of the opposite. He has cards to play. His climaxes just don't seem to be falling in the correct way he would really like them to.
Yeah, absolutely. I believe the gate in Chris's hand is his level 3 climax combo. So that's why he has to think about whether he wants to commit it now or whether he wants to sandbag it.
He does. He
He's
just commits
deciding to play it.
straight away.
Just double down on this damage advantage, try and get even further ahead, so that his relatively lackluster top end doesn't impact him so much.
Very, very true. He's running a deck of pretty much what you'd consider really okay cards.
The fair cards.
Rent a Girlfriend didn't set the world alight when it came out, but obviously it's not really sort of a bad set.
I
Very
agree.
sort of middle of the road.
Yeah, so there's a blog post out there by Top Tier Tiers talking about damage economy versus card economy. That's a great
That's
cancel from Alex.
Huge cancel right there.
So the theory is you should view damage to your opponent as a resource that you're trying to gain. So even though Chris is running super low to the ground in terms of cards in hand, so long as he keeps dealing damage, he's still in a reasonable spot. Now Alex cancelling on 3 and on 4 this turn is hugely important. He is refreshing with a minimum 6, maybe 5 here,
Oh, but then
and that refresh point. But just those two cancels have bought him a ton of time.
This seems to almost be like a curse of the stream games. We have seen a lot of refresh climaxes just coming straight out of decks. Can he pull another climax? He cannot.
So he's leveled up to 3 with no standbys played or triggered.
That is quite a worry, and his only big body, he actually had to hard play it.
And he's lost it.
Very, very true.
Believe it has hand on core? I think that's true.
It does indeed have hand on core, so he can save it.
Chooses not to. I guess he's got level 3s to play.
Very true. Does he have witches and tools to grab? Though he does have access to the resurrection event if all goes bad.
That's a 3/4 discard a named character to heal for, correct?
He does have to discard a sword maiden and a priestess.
Ah.
So both of those have to be discarded, but he does heal a mighty 4 if he gets it off. Which usually is quite demoralizing when your opponent spends all that time dealing you damage and you just laugh it off and heal it straight away.
Yeah, it's tough. You want to be in a position where you're like high level 2, and then you get hit to mid level 3 to heal down. But the way the damage has fallen here, Chris has been able to just nudge Alex to each level, not really giving him an opportunity for like that big heal payoff.
And there is the early play Goblin Slayer. Alex gets to decide now, does he wish to discard a card and search himself out an event? He does have access to a lot of good events in this deck, even though 4 of them are the torch. But a good solid torch.
Nothing wrong with a torch.
And what does he choose to go grab? Ooh, he chooses to grab the Gate Scroll, which is a phenomenal card
Tell
in
me
Goblin
more.
Slayer's arsenal.
Tell me more. Tell me more.
Tell you more. Tell you more. It is. He does have to have. I think I'm pretty certain it is a full board he needs to have in order to use it, if I'm correct. And he does effectively get to just kill off a card that's attacking him straight away.
So
No questions asked. Get out of here.
And as the card dies, it can no longer deal damage. So it's like an anti-damage killer thing, kind of like an old school rest counter.
Very true, but you do pay a premium of, I believe, 3 stocks in order to use that event. It is quite heavy, and you've got to keep that board maintained.
Very much could be game winning here, though.
There's the standby. A bit late. You don't really want to be seeing it this late on, but
Yeah, this might be a little bit of a late game slip. Attacking with the level 3 first, and therefore not being able to stand by to front row. But getting the witch out is so important in this matchup. This is the damage scry and front power assist. So
very
that
true.
level 3 in the center slot, he is getting huge, getting yoked.
Very tricky. Oh, and another climax just peeled straight off after that standby. This is not what Alex wants to see right here. He's really sort of having to scrape something out of his deck. He does go for the counter, which I believe is the anti-change counter? Or is it the memory counter, the high elf, if memory serves?
I think it's the memory counter, because we talked earlier about how the anti-change options are bad.
Ah, yes. So, once again, Chris having to put together his board. What can he throw this time at the Goblin Slayer?
So normally here I would talk about, Chris has to make a decision. Does he push for a kill? Does he, temper his expectations, go for like a 2-turn stalled out strategy? But, with Rent a Girlfriend, there's not a ton of... I feel like we're being pretty negative. No, I'm gonna change my mind. Yeah, Chris has the option. He can choose to kill Alex or not. The finish is great. I'm gonna stop talking it down. It's fine. It's burn 2. That's great.
My co-commentator has decided to abandon me on this and has chosen to rent all the girlfriends.
Yeah, I'm a Rent a Girlfriend player now. Let's go. Deck's busted.
He does have the level 3 in hand. But what does he stitch together in this event? He has the on attack burn 2 with the combo. He has the climax in hand. He has a Ruka to go with it. So he can effectively get 3 guys to go with this. He only needs to deal 6 damage to Alex. But that witch could put a big old spanner in his works.
I don't know if that event puts him at start of main phase instead of during the middle. I think these
Should be the start of the main phase.
I think these two players know each other very well, so they're being good sports about it, letting that be a take back because it's obviously something that Chris would want to do here.
Very, very true. He did have the card in hand, so it's probably just a slight slip of that he meant to do it. But obviously, at this point in time, you do get a bit of jitters. Like, this is a lot of pressure on both of these players.
Being on the main stage especially.
Very true. First game in the top cut, straight on the stream, and they are being absolute sports at it.
He's being quite telling what that last card in his hand is. There is the climax. That's the level 1 climax, right? That's the wrong one.
I believe so. Yes, it is. It's the wrong climax. He does not get to rent any girlfriends.
Okay.
Alex's coin purse is spare.
I take it back. Terrible set.
Oh,
Absolutely unplayable. So this is just vanilla swings, which could be enough to close it here, but with the witch, it's unlikely.
Very true. Alex has in hand a plethora of options. What does he do? And he also has that delicious witch trigger if he does take damage. Being able to dig down, can he find another climax to save himself later on?
It's a tough decision. Chris has got good attack order here because Alex has to really think about this kill counter.
And Alex is there. He's going for it. He's gating that away. He's saying no. Yeet off to somewhere else.
So, he wants the value of the witch trigger. He also wants the value of the kill counter targeting the right thing. I think he decided he was winning that middle lane, so it doesn't matter.
He gets to yeet that away, and he gets the sorry, thank you climax cancel right there.
Wham bam, thank you, ma'am.
Once again, so 7 damage will stand between him and victory.
So I'm assuming this damage will stick, judging on Alex's deck state, but that means he'll have a little bit of control over what his draw is this turn with the witch, which is just lovely.
Very true, and he should still have that Sword Maiden in his hand.
Okay,
there it is.
He's missed the witch timing, but that's okay. I assume he drew the card he needed. He just knew. Heart of the cards.
Very, very true. He has just got to stay alive. He can't play the witch. Not the witch, the Sword Maiden this turn. Sadly, with only that one stock. And he's just got to stitch together 7 damage between him and victory. And a clean board apart from that one Brainstormer. This is absolutely devastating to Chris. He has had to cobble together resources every turn.
So this is a really interesting line. So he's playing his level 1 combo to pull the torches out of refresh so that he's more compressed going into his next deck. I don't think he's expecting to kill this turn. Standby Goblin Slayer struggles with killing efficiently because the standby is blank. There's no top end climax combo.
Very, very true. You do hit very that is just 4 damage. Even sadly, one of the drawbacks I would say of Standby Goblin Slayer is just your damage output is high. But here it is absolutely paid off for Alex.
It's just vanilla swings. He didn't even think about grabbing the torch. He was like, no, I want to trigger it. That's the line I want to take.
He has absolutely come up to him and asked, do you wish to rent a girlfriend? And Alex has stood there like the Doomslayer man himself and told him to be gone. It is absolutely devastating.
I love Standby Golden Slayer, man. The deck just gets there. It just all the pieces just work. I mean, when I pilot it, of course it doesn't. But seeing a great Goblin Slayer play some great Goblin Slayer, that's what it's all about at the end of the day.
Very true. I do own the deck in English, and it is props. One of my go-to decks in English nowadays is quite ridiculously fun to play. And once again, just Alex showing how ridiculously fun it is at getting the job, and efficiently it is of doing the job justice.
Alright, well, we're going to take a brief break, waiting for the other top 12 matches to finish, and we'll have the next round of Top Cup for you in just a few minutes. Don't go anywhere.
You stay good, people.
Welcome back to the UK Open Live. We're here in top 8. I am, as ever, Ewan, and I am joined, as ever, by John.
Once again, another round, another game, another person sent down and one elevated high to that glorious crown. One step closer to that glorious victory and claiming the trophy.
If you've been following us all day, these are two returning players. We've got Angus on Hololive and Sammy D on ReZero.
Very, very true. We have Idols versus Elf. Who is going to take who down? Well, Angus is a very seasoned player. Not really plays much, but when he does turn up, he usually brings a nice, spare, sort of interesting deck. And he has definitely chosen the most interesting at the moment, which is this Hololive deck indeed. Fresh off the press, you can practically feel the new.
Yeah, I think that this ReZero deck is starting to show its age a little bit. So it's kind of a nice, bookending of one of the last sets to come out before lockdown started and one of the first sets to come out now that lockdown's kind of fully over and people are playing at these big events again.
Very true. Even though it is a bit of an older set compared to Hololive, it is still being able to roll with the punches and deliver them back nicely. So to see if Sammy can actually bring himself that step closer, or if Angus, our pretty much almost reigning champion out of Swiss, can deny him that glorious victory and get himself a sweet trophy to come back with.
We've already talked about both these deck lists at length in the VOD, so if you're interested in that analysis, you can dig that up. But for now, it looks like the players are ready. Let's head straight into the game.
Very, very true. We can just get straight into that. The discards are both choosing to just throw 2 cards away. Don't want to see them just yet.
Nice average mulligan. I'm hoping this will be a really good game. I think this is a fun matchup.
Very true. We get to see sort of a nice, effectively standard ReZero with a nice spicy new top end. And there it is, just the runner, Amelia. Oh, but he draws the book straight away.
I don't mind the first turn book. You know, it's easy to pay out, very accessible. It's better than the turn 2 Try Guy first trigger book.
Very, very true. But he does have to also still pay that card straight out. And does he have a Brainstorm or a Puck Ricky to do it for him? And what idol will grace the board? The stage is there. It's up and ready.
So yeah, I mean, so we were talking earlier about how the meta for Hololive hasn't necessarily settled yet. I think, Angus is probably feeling pretty happy with his choices, having made it to top 8 with this list.
Very, very true. I have seen 10 different decks even just today on a on a nice little site. And each one has been more different than the last. Not really many cross synergy cards between them.
Should at least be confident that this is a strong base to build from.
Very, very true. And once sort of it settles down a bit more, you can sort of trim the fat away, get it more nice and lean. Quite a nice nice average sort of start we're getting off to. A few cancels, a cheeky bit of damage, nice slowish game.
Yeah, it's interesting. This choice trigger illustrates the strength of choice, because early game you don't want cards with soul triggers in your hand because they tend to be cards that are towards the higher end level wise. So he just goes, you know what, I'll take this dock, I'll start building this resource early. ReZero doesn't have a stock swap, and he waits to really deal with intense compression. And it's just, some extra resources for me to spend late game on that big finish that we saw earlier in Swiss. Really, surprisingly explosive.
Very, very true. And it's just sat there in the waiting room, ready to pop out. But there it is, the classic vanilla 3K. Can Hololive deal with this? Can it pass the test of dealing with this Amelia?
How great is it to see a vanilla in top 8?
It is absolutely fantastic, and it is a good resource as well. Just cracking it out. It doesn't matter if this dies, because he can get extra value later on in level 1. Just testing out the waters. Can he get a nice cheeky 2? There it is.
think, yeah, but both of these decks are playing pretty fair, Weiss Schwarz. There's no like standby shenanigans, no like heavy early play. It is
Once
rough that he's
again,
triggering all these books.
that is a second book gone into Sammy D's stock. He has not been able to pay out that previous one, so they are locked away in there.
This is especially tough. I don't think he's got a book in hand either, so there's a non-zero chance of him missing his level 1 combo this game, which would be is devastating for ReZero.
That is almost unprecedented. It's unheard of. But no doubt, somehow he will draw himself into a book. I don't know how he will do it, but he shall do it.
The stars will align and he'll make it happen.
He is the chosen one. He is the Kwisatz Haderach. And there we go, just drawing some more cards from Angus there. More VTubers are going to come down. Just going once again.
So many on-death procs. Milling through all these cards. There's something, like, if you play like an older set, you might not appreciate when, you know, it's always on the other end of the table. But being able to rip through your first deck this quickly is so important in this game. Being able to get your deck refreshed, get a bunch of cards out, get your compression. Even if you're not a compression deck, just getting cards, you know, that are in your hand, that are in your stock out of that refresh makes a world of difference. And not having to sit there and, you know, being able to dictate what's in your deck, not letting your deck dictate the flow of the game to you, is an insane like lever that you can pull in a deck that has this much mill available.
Very true. And there we see Angus once again. He milled 3 more additional cards. He is just going for it. He wants to get through this deck as fast as humanly possible. What are we going to see coming down? Just pay one, ditch one. He's going looking. What's he going to find?
So this is another great thing about Hololive. You have a ton of selectivity. Like I think you look at the level 0 lineup and a lot of the cards are just okay, but it's that, like, you know, there are so many cards, you hit a critical mass of good zeros that they just get there. They, you know, all pull together and make it happen.
Very, very true. As we can see, the nice foils selection there in his side lanes, showing off the power of the mighty foil against quite a nice 0 board, but it isn't a level 1 board. And that is what Angus has chosen to throw up against this, pushing that power higher, seeing what he can test off against Sammy, and Sammy now has to effectively answer against this board later next turn.
Yeah, players just confirming powers with each other. Sure, Hololive is new out. There's a lot of players out on the field who didn't know what they were playing against, and
there is a 3rd book.
It's looking more and more likely that we're going to miss that Amelia. That could be game deciding if he misses that level 1 climax combo, genuinely.
True, but there is one book still potentially live in that deck, if not in Sammy's hand. So there it is. The finisher itself going away. He only really needs one of that to really close out this game, as we saw previously.
Absolutely. So, again, the finisher, you can pay 1, drop 1 up to 5 times in a single lane. So a lot of the time, you only need to pay 5. You don't need to pay 10. No one needs that many. I mean, the way the game is going, maybe Angus will be able to, and maybe he will choose to. Just deal damage through refresh points.
Very, very true. And we see it's not just Sammy here triggering a mass amount of climax. Angus did trigger a nice mass. And is it the book? He has. I'm pretty sure that is the book in his hand.
Incredible. ReZero players, how do you do it? Send a postcard. Let me know. Let me in on the secret. I want to be integrated into the magician's circle.
It is hard to tell. I think it is. Though, it might. If it is not that and it's just the foil bar, I am indeed very sorry. But I am 99% certain it is the card he is looking for. There we go.
This is the Ricky, so going to memory and
in top 4, he's got to find himself the Amelia he wants. There is a nice Little
There's a
stock.
nice selection of Amelias. Probably not the Amelias he was looking for.
True. But he does get at least that level 1 Amelia to make that sort of choice he made not too bad.
I honestly can't tell if that's a book or a bar. I am a little
is
blue-green
difficult.
colorblind, which makes it especially challenging.
He is playing the wish. You're gonna go see how deep we're gonna go. There is another one. He wants it so bad. It's right there. How is this not a snap decision from Sammy?
This isn't a snap decision. Maybe he doesn't have the book. Maybe it is the bar.
Maybe true. He's really thinking on here.
Yeah,
Bit more than I probably would have.
Players being in top 8 now, every decision is starting to count. Like there's no room for minor mistakes
Oh, no.
at this level of the tournament.
So
So
wish has only allowed him. Oh yes, he has to salvage an X level or higher or lower. So of course there was not an Amelia in that waiting room, so he could not salvage it. I'm deeply sorry about that. But he does get that back row, that integral part of his late game.
Come on, Sammy. Let us know. Is it a book? Is it a bar?
He going to? So he's getting his nice free stock. He still has not paid out that previous book. It is still that first turn one just sat there, almost laughing at him.
So there's one book in Sammy's stock and there's 2 choices in Angus's, I believe.
Very, very true. but-
Actually, no, he paid one out to double trigger, so I think there's only one in there now.
But in a way, you can sort of mitigate this. If you get a nice critical mass of clean stock, even if one is not as clean.
Why did he play in this
You
order?
can
He could have paid it out if he just didn't
leave
take the
it.
clean stock first.
Very true.
A little bit of stream table nerves, perhaps?
Maybe he's forgotten it's there.
It's true. I think people forget this. When you're playing the same deck, this is like the 8th game that Sammy's had to play with the same deck basically back to back. Games can blur together. You can forget what's in stock. I remember sometimes I'm grinding games with my friend Brandon, and he'll go, "Oh, you still got a climax in stock, right?" And I'll go, "No, sorry, that happened 2 games ago." Just
sadly,
misremembering. It is a
was
bar.
the bar. Oh, we did see it wrong, sadly. It was a horizon we were looking at, but it was not the correct horizon of the book.
This will be really tough. So, the back row Sammy's got is a consistent clock 1+1, but that's not like that can't spike like a brainstorm, and it's not free. It comes with that clock 1 cost, so he doesn't want to have to do it if he doesn't have to. So, it's rough for a ReZero player to miss their level 1 combo, and
there it
then
is.
it's just making fun of him, just making him feel bad.
Add insult to that wound. Once again, he still has 2 books right there in that stock.
In his favor, though, he is dealing damage.
Very true. He's sort of being able to keep up with that damage, even with Angus having a nice, crazy amount of stock to play with. Once going up to level 2, what is he going to throw down for Sammy to try and answer?
So, what's he thinking about? He's thinking about paying out. We know at least 1 choice is in his stock. He's thinking about paying that out. There it is with the early play.
2 just going straight down there.
He's thinking about his cards left in deck, making sure that he refreshes as efficiently as possible.
Off we go. Flipping those 4, we have found 1.
So, yeah, brainstorms, unlike a lot of other effects, they go into resolution zone. So these 4 cards are staying out, which means I believe this is a refresh with 7.
So, interestingly, Alex shuffling up there. Not Alex, Angus, I'm afraid, sorry. Getting blurry myself from even just the games. It has been quite a long day.
It's their fault for both wearing yellow t-shirts.
Very, very true. I did get blinded by the yellow.
Salvaging a counter there, I think.
Off we go, and the refresh point taken. This is... It's sort of quite hard to see who is faring worse out of this game, effectively. Sammy ahead on damage, but not really got much to show for it in terms of hand.
It's similar to the last game with Chris, where he was like trading hand for damage. That when you miss your level 1 combo, that's kind of the line you've got to take. You just kind of gotta literally lay all your cards out on the table and try and achieve as much as you can with that.
Off we go into that red zone, just getting more stock, getting it all in there.
Triggering yet another choice. That's like the 4th choice he's triggered this game.
True.
That's
Another
the
choice.
another one.
He is
There's no targets left in waiting room.
That is a staggering amount of choice he's had. He has ran out of choice.
Overrun by choice.
But he does at least get to pay one out and
For
go
a
for that
double
double
trigger.
trigger.
That's 2 soul triggers there for a big swing into a bar, perfectly blocked. But he has wiped the board, which, considering the state of Sammy's hand, that's might be enough to like stem the bleeding a little bit and buy him enough time to get back into this game.
True. Even though we say Sammy's not really got much to show for his turns, he still has a nice, healthy amount of cards in his hand. It's just the quality of cards within those. Are they the ones to navigate him through this maze that Angus has thrown up in front of him?
Absolutely. He's also had to, has to take more damage clocking, using this back row that deals him damage just to keep his resources up. He can only do that for so long before it starts, recurving round and not being so much advantage anymore.
Very, very true. What does he choose here? There is the level 2 puck in hand, as we can see. Not too valuable yet. What is coming down? There it is. The pay 1 send off. Top 4 memory puck.
Getting that book into refresh just in time.
He gets a nice selection of potentially of only really 3 cards.
Why is he hesitating so much? Why is he leaving that card there?
Very true. He only goes 2 deep and keeps 1 alive. Which is quite strange. And once again paying. He's digging for something quite specific, but what he's really searching for, I'm not too certain.
Gotta take his time shuffling now that he's on these upper tables.
In Sammy's head, what is he looking for? Because he seems to be searching for something quite specific, but he doesn't seem to know what.
I think he's just trying to keep his compression up. Do you know what? Maybe he forgot about that book at the bottom of his stock, and he thought that that book was the last card in his deck. And so he thought that was a guaranteed brainstorm, but it wasn't.
Might have been, yes. So once again, he's probably have to reevaluate where all his stuff is, center himself down a bit. He knows roughly now what he's working with in that deck after that free fresh. And just once again, just paying out, taking a damage. He's got to get. Now he gets to search effectively all that for any Amelia. If it's got Amelia in its name, he can grab it.
Again, though, I think Sammy's dealt like 4 damage to himself this game. It's getting close to, being a full level over the course of a game, which is an insane detriment to be at.
And going for that level 1 combo again. Does he actually have the book this time?
I was looking at his list. I think it might just be his level 1 play. I don't think he's got a great backup plan that can really duel for board in these mid turns.
Very, very true. He could.
He has a gold bar in hand.
Very complex. He could have gone for a more sort of a 0, just throw it out there, throw it nicely away, and maybe bank on that Amelia later on.
I think when you're struggling for resources like this, you can't afford to wait and side around an opponent's board or crash into it, because then you start losing both cards and damage. So you just have to go for the reverses where you can get them.
And another puck. Is he going to pay for this one as well?
This one would level him. I don't think that's what he wants.
It would, but it would also get that final book out of that stock into his deck. He does not do it. He's moving around, so he's foregone that effect. And this is quite the tricky board to sort of try and crack. He's really only swinging and contesting one lane.
Yeah, he's trying to take out the double trigger because that's what's been causing him a lot of grief. That's where like the damage spike is. So he's just yeah, like we were describing Angus earlier. He's just trying to stem the bleeding a little bit. Now that the damage is even, he's starting to lose out on card advantage. He's like on the back foot now, trying to break back in.
And Angus is just denying every bit of damage being thrown at him. Just no. He does take that damage, but it's piddly amounts. There is only 4 damage really separating both of these players. The game has ground to a very slow mid.
Yeah, Angus has an insane resource advantage here. And so as long as he's not falling too far behind in damage, he's pretty happy that the game stays where it is. He's happy to coast. And his finisher does have a lot more reach than the ReZero finisher, which is either clock kick or burn 2 against an open slot. So
Very
it's a
true.
little bit of reach, but it's not a ton, not compared to Icy Tail 6 times.
Very, very true. And it would be quite difficult for Sammy to even almost wipe Angus's board at this stage. He would really have to get those puck early plays, slam them down with that Amelia back row and really pump out the power. But I do not believe he could really afford that at this point. He's running quite minimal stock.
So fun quirk about this early play. Even though Angus does have the color requirement here, you don't need it to play the early play. That's just part of its effect. So this early play heal is a card that you are likely to see in every single build of Hololive because it is playable in every single build of Hololive, regardless of what your color setup is.
And there we go. We see Angus just burning through that nice amount of stock he's generated over these few turns, just happily to cast it all away, find the pieces he needs for that end game, and just really stabilize.
Early plays are really essential in this matchup, actually, because ReZero does have anti-change options, including an anti-change counter, but they're all quite expensive. No, Sammy's not really in a position to be splurging out on it right now, so it will just be generating a lot of value both on the board and in damage.
Very, very true. Angus just got the pick of the litter here. Goes for another early play healer.
I wonder if he'll play over something here, or if he's happy to rest on his laurels a little bit.
And at this point, he can pretty much, he gets to choose either. No, if I was in his shoes, I probably would just sit back. There's not really any need to just sort of stretch himself out that bit more. But he does go for that brainstorm. And that is a very good brainstorm.
I do wonder if he was trying to mill because he thought he was decompressed, or if he knew that his deck was so climax dense that he didn't want to be triggering even more choices this turn.
Very true. And stacking his deck. With
Let's not accuse players of stacking on stream. I'm gonna disrecommend that.
Well, the way of his deck is so tightly condensed, and being able to have access to all this free mill just allows him that option of just burning through it all, even if he's all that tightly packed together.
So catching up on this damage deficit here.
Very true. This is could be the swing where Angus is clearly in the driving seat now.
This is how it goes, right? He's like opened up the direct slots, generated that extra soul, generating those extra cards, not having to burn resources to generate cards. It's like you can watch like the pendulum swing all the way to Angus's side of the board. There's so many more cards on the left side of the screen than the right.
And there we see the Emilia counter there that does allow him to remove early plays, just cast away. He will not be able to really play that. It's just too expensive for him at this point.
Yeah, he just doesn't have the resources. He needs to start planning for level 3 because it's coming around the corner.
And whether he likes it or not, it is coming. So what does he choose to play here? It does seem he has the puck in hands that does allow him to get the early play puck. But is he going to do it, or is he just going to throw away a bunch of guys and just try and hold out?
think it would be really scary to hit Angus, like just hit Angus up to 3, like focus on damage here. That with Brainstorm hurts.
That is not really what he wants to see there.
Yeah, I think he has to be careful because, as we saw earlier, Hololife's finisher can be pretty explosive. If Sammy hits Angus up to 3, Angus could conceivably kill him on the swing back from 2-5, which, you know, that's like the gold standard of some finishes. I think it's like all in a day's work for this Hololive top end.
Very, very true. It's Sammy's not really getting much value out of this stock. He's pretty much paying pounds for really pennies here. We saw him brainstormed earlier. He didn't get any advantage from that. He's having to pay 2 more stock now for this puck.
Yes.
Just really sort of having to cast away more stuff if he wishes to heal. And I think that is the book. It is the book in hand. It's taunting him this entire game. Really not falling where he wants this.
Yeah, so yeah, we were talking earlier. We were saying like, oh, he has no cards in hand, but on the screen you probably saw he had like 6 or 7. That's because when you're not generating cards as you're replenishing your entire board, your hand dwindles faster than you would think. So yeah, missing that level 1 combos set him on a huge back foot here. He's really got to kind of pull himself up by his bootstraps and just stick damage where he can, cancel where he can, because that is what the game's about at the end of the day.
Very, very true. But what does he do with those 2 cards? He has a Climax and a Vanilla. Not really going to win him awards, those 2 cards, but they could at least get a bit of the job done, opening up for that level 3 turn if he gets to obviously find it.
Yeah, it's tough. He needs to deal damage as much as possible.
I think he is considering paying that extra stock right there with that back row. I know he's paying it, sending those 2 off to memories, and in comes the Amelia, if memory serves, the back row Amelia. Yes, there it is. And he plays it up front. He almost forced to play it up front. Grabbing himself an extra Amelia along the way, thanks to that back row. Well, front row now.
Okay, yeah, he's saving that for. We're not in measures quite that desperate yet.
He still has really got to think, what is he going to do with this turn? Got himself a bit more to play with, but not really all that much. It's not amazing.
It's one of those, like, the fewer choices you seem to have, the more the fewer cards you have in front of you, the more options seem to like open in front of you, because you're in like such a tough position that you're having to like double think every step. So he does finally have his level 1 climax combo.
Very, very late. This is almost as late as you could possibly really want it to go. It's not almost forced to play it at this point. He just needs to find something on this top 4. Just an Amelia. Yeah. Almost any Amelia at this point he'd happily take, though he does need to find that crucial level 3.
Look, Ma, no hands. Yeah, he's probably looking for a level 3 because he will be able to afford it in this coming turn, and he needs the soul output.
Very, very true. Sammy just thrown everything to the wind. This is all in play. He has no resources in hand, and he will just end with 1 in hand, thanks to his combo.
That's not the climax trigger he wanted to see. I think he'd much rather see a character in hand than a climax at this stage of the game, although it is his finisher.
Yes, indeed. So he has found one piece of that puzzle. So if he gets the other level 3 Amelia from his Amelia level 1 combo, he's pretty much halfway there.
That mysterious hand from off screen is our resident judge. Don't worry about that. Nothing untoward going on.
Just cleaning up that memory, just making it a bit more visually appealing, so everyone knows where all the zones are, and no one's shuffling memory back into the deck.
Yeah, Angus has enough of like a strong position here that he doesn't mind if he triple cancels and can't hit level 3. Because he has enough game outside of that. He's got more early plays that he could play. He's got mill control in the back row so he can make sure that his deck's looking in tip-top shape.
Very true. And there we go. 4 deep. 2, 3. There it is. The Amelia level 3.
That's also last snap take, right? I
It
didn't see
is.
any reason not to, yeah.
Did and ah there. You see him hovering on that vanilla. Could old Reliable have done the job for him?
I mean, yeah, when you're on top tables, when you're in a position this dire, you do start to double think every single decision. It's challenging, and it becomes exhausting. Even if Sammy does win this game, he's going to be pretty mentally drained going into his next one.
Very true. And if Angus does slam on this, it's been quite a breeze from him. He's had a bye last round, so he's quite fresh, whereas Sammy has had to fight his way through previous round. And there he is, happily going up to level 3. Can he just finish it outright like we saw previously in this day? This is just absolutely stunningly brutal. Does he have the Coco in hand? Is it there? Is it live? Digging a bit deep. There it is.
Yeah, it's, this will be a good test if he does decide to go for it. I mean, Angus is a more experienced pilot than us, so he'll know the range of this finisher better than we do. Maybe he'll look at 2-4 and go, that's too far, and he'll hold off for one more turn.
It does not look like it.
Alright, I guess he's confident in it.
Very, very true. He's happily... Is he going to go for the double? Or maybe even the triple? As expensive as it is, does he count it?
Well, so this is the thing. And this is why so many people like this combo is even if you pay no cost, you still get one instance. So generally you'll have one lane where you do all the instances that you can afford, and then the others are just gravy. They're just doing a little extra on-play icy tail.
Very, very true. Doing a bit of power pump right there. See if he can fight down that puck.
Yeah, making sure to kill this early play because of the state of Sammy's hand, every card counts now. Every reverse matters. Angus can like pour resources into making sure that puck goes away.
Very, very true. Angus just really taking it brutally. Oh, but he did not have the combo. Just slamming it right there. And almost the exact thing of happening to Sammy, triggering the combo that he really wanted in hand.
I mean, even just the on-play heal, like we've been saying, the 3-0 deck doesn't have a ton of reach, so he might just be keeping himself safe just by getting that damage reduced, getting himself on that ever faithful 3-0. No one's ever died from 3-0. It's never happened in the history of Weiss Schwarz.
Exactly, it's certainly never happened today. As you can see, just damage pouring out of Sammy left and right. He's still just not got anything to show for himself. This is absolutely the reverse of his previous game that we did see.
So that's the refresh point up to level 3. I don't think Angus has kill potential here, but he could definitely deal some damage.
Definitely make him feel the pain. Even though he does lose that healer in the center to the puck, Sammy has pretty much he has no cards in hand, and he will have that one puck in his back row and whatever cards he draws.
Is Angus aware that Choice has the second mode where you can add the card to hand? Is his hand really that set up that he has never needed a level 2 or higher for the entire game? Okay, he does have 7 cards in hand, alright.
He does have a stacked hand. Well, I'm sorry, Sammy did have the Amelia and the bar in hand that he did trigger last turn and got. So he has 3 cards in hand plus this puck. He has 1 open lane if he wishes to do the burn 2, and 2 potential targets for the clock kick.
Yeah, I guess that puck was just too big, so that's some good cross-turn advantage.
Does get a staggering amount of power buff. There it is, the Amelia. Does seem he wants to go for the clock kick
I mean,
where he's currently positioned.
He's got his back against the wall, right? So, he doesn't have much choice besides slamming this down. Just even if he doesn't kill this turn, just making it look close.
Very true. He's going. Seems to be a slight bit of hand jitters there from Sammy. This is quite a tough turn for him. It seems to be his make or break turn. He can really feel that pressure. Angus also feeling it a bit there.
If he possibly can, he should try to reverse this finisher. In Angus's right hand lane, just because Sammy should know that the climax is coming next turn.
Very, very true, but still, Angus does have access. He does just need one of it. He can just grab another, and he's got the amount of stock and hand available to just pour resources into finding one more. And here it comes. So he's going for the burn too.
Yeah, he needs the reach here. He can't afford luxuries like the clock kick, I think.
So 3 damage currently coming at him.
Double checking if the effect is on attack or after the attack.
Very true. It is on attack, so there is the discard. So 2 damage. Thank you, sir. Angus says no to that with the Coco climax.
Yeah, but pinging the climax off for this big soul attack. It's a
Oh.
goal. That's ouch. That stings.
Oh, and a cancel straight away. This is falling slightly. A good sort of attempt to get there. He did sort of make he's got the maximum amount of damage possible. But these climax cancels from Angus are just brutal. Especially on his mental state. He's really feeling it.
Does eat that 3 though. This last attack can't create lethal, but it can prevent clocking if he triggers.
And he does not. I would like to say all players that have participated today have done a stunning job playing all these games through all the brutal time. You are truly great and lovely people. Especially you lovely people out there in chat sticking with us all this time. So we saw Angus has picked up a climax there. Is it the climax he has been looking for?
I think he had the climax in hand and he just chose to hold it back last turn because he didn't have kill potential. He's just
Very
sandbagging
interesting.
it. Yeah, that's definitely the right climax.
Does indeed. He has the Coco herself right there.
This has got to be the turn. I don't see a reason to hold back any longer.
Very, very true. Like, if he was going to try and win, he has to do it at this turn. Just figuring out how he's going to do it. Maybe he held off last turn thinking, just let's see how it goes. I'm reasonably compressed. I can survive. See if I can get a bit more push out of my Cocos. If it survives the next turn, I could potentially have 2.
Yeah, just counting his stocks. So, if you're unfamiliar, this climax combo on reverse, you can pay 1, drop 1 up to 5 times, and for each time you do +1, Sammy will mill the bottom 3 cards of his deck, and for the number of climaxes he'll burn. So that's a potential, 6 times 3? 18 milled cards. And the number of climaxes milled with that equal instances. It's a really interesting effect. I think a lot of people looked at it and had very polarized reactions. People either thought it was great or terrible.
There it is. It does seem Angus is going for the double. If anything is that to go by, he's grabbed another.
Yeah, so because it's X+1, the second one he can pay for 0 times and he'll still get 1 instance. And because the effect is on reverse, he could even pay for 1 5 times and pay for the second once. If he has that many cards in hand, I don't think he does. I think that's the limiting factor here.
In fact, if he even does it, could he do 5 once and then 1 on the other? If he's got free stock at the moment, he'll generate another additional amount of stock.
That's 4 cards. Maybe not now, at long last, he is actually looking for choice triggers. There it is.
There it is. Oh, exactly where he wants it. Slam that baby straight in there. That's more burns for the Coco.
Did he not want that in hand?
I think he's going more for the stock, as his hand is pretty much still full to bursting.
Yeah, he's just going for 5 on the second one. If this, yeah, so that's that swing stuck. So he only needs to deal 2 damage now. So now he's like, okay, I can go all in.
Yep, here we see, just ditching the
Yeah.
full hand.
There it goes.
All of it, all paid for.
Yeah, he
Here
could have
it
gotten
comes.
an extra one if he just chose to choice that card to hand instead of to stock. So that's
Quite
potentially a misplay there from one of our top 8 players. We'll have to talk to him later, double check what he was thinking.
So there we are, the first one, nothing on there. Second one,
Nothing
nothing
on there.
clean. What about the third? Are we going to see anything? One straight there.
Yeah.
Oh, and a cancel
All
as
the
well.
climaxes on the top, apparently.
He's still just burning through that deck. He still has an attack to go through.
So this effect, it puts the cards straight into waiting room. So Simon will reveal the 1, he'll go in, then he'll shuffle, he'll do 2 more. Then if there's a burn, he'll take the burn and then the refresh point.
And then he still has 1 instance left to go through, because that would only be the 4th instance if my counting has been correct.
And then he's got another swing with another instance on it.
This is absolutely devastating. This is so much damage coming at him. There it is, the 2, nothing. The refresh point coming down. Oh no, we have to keep doing the effect. So there is the 1. And then the refresh point.
That's the burn from the mill, and now the refresh. There we go.
So
He's got to deal
damage.
1 damage. Choice trigger here for salvage?
Oh,
No.
sadly not.
So just the 1 extra. But he doesn't need it. The vanilla swing gets there.
He has shown once again that this combo is absolutely devastating. Just tearing your opponent's deck from the bottom and the top. This is
So
brutal.
The story of 2 combos there. The missing Amelia combo, then the showing up Hollow Life finisher.
Very, very true. And both players in this top 8, even though Sammy is now out, he doesn't walk away empty-handed. He still walks away with a nice selection of prizes from our sponsors.
Absolutely. And, a great game. Definitely, Sammy, if you're watching this on the VOD, don't feel bad. You performed admirably. Did yourself and your series proud.
Very, very true. So thank both of you guys. Angus, let's see how much you can go. And Sammy, you've had a really good day. You've enjoyed yourself some nice food later and a good old rest.
Absolutely. So, again, brief intermission, and then we'll be back with the top 4 semi-finals game. Don't go anywhere. Told you it wouldn't be long. We're back with the semi-finals. We've got Leon Symphogear, who showed up earlier, and we've got a newcomer Ian on what I would call a fairly standard meta data live list.
Very true. This is more sort of akin to the classic data live that you have seen previous. It is the choice standby version, not the spicy book bar version that we saw earlier, which was much appreciated. And shout out to that deck. Love you there.
Yeah. So if you play in the English format in particular, I think there aren't too many surprises here. The choice combo, it like reveals the top cards twice, and if it's on trait you add it to hand, something like that. So there's a little bit of variance, but if you're playing a standby, you're dealing with a lot of variance anyway.
Very true. And the important note on Data Live, it does have a ban list restriction on it, so he does have to choose one of 3 cards, I believe.
And which card did he choose?
He chose the Karumi level 3 combo, so his big finisher is his choosing.
I think that's a choice I agree with.
It is a ridiculous level 3 to effectively face. Does it have, if memory serves, about 3 different modes that he can activate?
Approximately half of the card is text.
It is a huge, staggering monster of a card to read. Just doing the drops. Discarding down right there, free.
Our players are mulliganing, and we don't want to keep you guys waiting. We're gonna hop straight into the game here.
Very true. With it getting a bit later, don't want to keep you boys and girls up all that late. Let's crack as fast as we can, and as much as we can push these players. So there is the nice Carol level 3. Right, we see it's a nice splash that Symphogear did get access to. So the good thing about this Carol, Carol cards mainly show up in Alchemists, but this one has the music trait as well.
I see.
So you can splash it in effectively any Symphogear, and it is that nice on play. Get to pay that additional 1 and flush your opponent's stock away and have them replace their stock with the equal amount, but with the added bonus of they don't know what's in there now, which is a lovely effect.
Yeah. So, John, you play Symphogear.
I do.
How would you feel going into this matchup as a Symphogear player?
I would say Symphogear doesn't have bad matchups. It just has good matchups and okay, because you're not really. You're really much playing just solitaire, really. You're doing your own thing, making sure you'll hit your certain power points. You want to do your level 1 combo, grab your pieces. You're not really too concerned about what your opponent's doing, though you really should sort of just keep a side eye on, am I getting my at least reverse targets? Am I not, effectively blowing myself out too hard?
So this is a really interesting, turn 1 standby play, bringing out into back row an anti-change. Now, against Symphogear, an anti-change is pretty important, so he's going to be sitting on that card for a while, I imagine, until it's relevant. But at least he's got it there, he's got it ready and waiting, and maybe it'll make Lee think twice about kind of flowcharting into his standard early play line. Maybe he'll have to weigh up the advantage of the damage over the disadvantage of knowing that he's losing that card the next turn.
Very, very true. But Lee does have that thing, because he stood by that out so early. He sort of almost clogged his back row. He doesn't really want that card there that long, but he'll have to wait until level 2 to actually use it. So Lee's sort of hoping like you could effectively just snipe it off a bit earlier on and remove it from the field, as of course he wants to play his big lovely 2/2 tokers and really go to town. He doesn't want that card sat back there for that long.
It might make some of his early game standby triggers a little bit sketchy. Generally, especially if it's on the first swing, you want to standby into back row. If he ends up finding a brainstorm that he plays out, not having that spare back row slot, he might have to either just choose not to standby or end up sacrificing this line, which, you know, is incredibly cute into this matchup. I do respect it, but yeah, maybe he might have to give it up if he triggers too many standbys early and decides, okay, I need the advantage of the 2-2 more than I need this anti-change.
Very, very true. So we see Lee searching out himself his level 1 and his back row. There it is, the power pump. Pina safely back. Let him flex around, see what he wants to snipe off. Very nice standard free guys. It's almost sort of, well, not too ambitious, just a nice sort of level he wants. He really should have sort of seen if he could have grabbed his clean cut, but at this point he'll just take what he grabs.
Yeah, I think in this matchup, because Data Live is the standby deck, that makes Symphogear the aggressor who wants to lay on the damage early, try and make this standby deck pressured. Forgot about this second effect on the anti-change. You can pay 1 and exchange 2 cards as stand, slide it into the back row and win that lane that otherwise would have been tied or lost.
Very, very true, and he's just paid for it in blood right there. Choice Climax coming out really early on, grabbing that Kirika straight into hand. This is really what he really wants to push this damage early. He really wants to get in there. Like the problem with standby, if you give them an inch, they start taking a mile, and you really don't want to do that. How is he gonna do it? Ian really not too sort of tit for tat, throwing a few stones here and there. But he has drawn the first level blood.
Yeah, so standby traditionally, you'll play a light level 0 with the intent of hitting level 1 first so that you can hit your 2-2 power spike as soon as possible. Now, if that was Ian's core game plan, I don't think he would have slammed standby last turn. He might have saved it. And I think that's because 2-2s into Symphogear have a rough time. Symphogear can force counters out. They can beat over 2-2s really efficiently, unlike a lot of other decks. They'd be around while level 1 is around, but as soon as Lee hit level 2, it'd be over. And he needed to pave the way for this level 1 climax combo that he's playing 2 off here with the corresponding climax.
Everything has just come straight to Ian right there. He hasn't really had to dig much to grab all this. It's just flowed straight to him like gold into his Midas's touch hand.
It's beautiful.
It is. But let's see. Will his reveals be just as bountiful? And there's 1. There's 2. On the trigger. Oh, clean, clean, clean.
So he does have another copy of that anti-change. But it's now in stock, but he did have access to it. So that could have given Lee a lot of headaches if that wasn't buried in there now.
Very true. Symphogear does really struggle if you manage to answer that strong level 2 board, just wiping it away. You really have to sort of find yourself your event again. Try and go again. It's mitigating most of the damage, trying to stay low with all these lucky cancels. Oh, but he does eat that. And he's midway through 1. What does he do here? No, what I would consider the choice variation at this point is quite sort of fair. Controversial as I might say. It does allow him to answer in his own combo and not just have to sit up against a bunch of walls and figure out what is he going to do.
Yeah, it's interesting. It is inconsistent, right? Because if you reveal a climax, you just reveal that twice. Is that true?
Yes.
So it can have high peaks and low valleys. We saw 2 high peaks, which if you're in top 4, this is when you want to see them. But yeah, I think it's like the best of perhaps not great options, particularly in English.
Lee just paying for both of those effects, but actually getting value, unlike the last time we saw him on stream. He's managed to grab himself an Ignite module and pay and get his level 1 combo. And here it is, 1, 2, 3, and is the choice coming down?
I hope so. Yeah, that is the foil variant at the bottom, by the way. So yeah, they are
Mm,
3
very,
copies of the Climax combo.
a very nice art indeed.
Very
It's
disappointed that Lee
stunning.
didn't play it in the middle for symmetry. I'll have to reprimand him about that later.
Now he gets to choose each of these, which mode per attack does he go? Does he go double trigger, double trigger, double trigger, 4-4-4, or any combination of the things in between? We'd see him there counting up, seeing what he can do.
I think that's 2 4s and a double trigger, if I counted along with him correctly.
And there it is, punching on in. These cards do get quite nice, and he's done the double. And it's just on.
So damage is still pretty even. There's no like big swings either way, and that's because both players have constructed like full boards that they're swinging into, playing a very traditional game of Weiss Schwarz here.
Here we go, and this is the top 4 mode going from Lee. Counting up, making sure he can go deep enough and not sacrifice anything. Just grab a level 1. Shirabe coming in. Oh, and a nice free from there. And it's just all on. Ian really, he probably does not want to see all this damage coming at him unanswered.
So the game is heating up now that both players have played their Climax combos, and we're seeing some big swings stick.
Very, very true. Just grabbing the Miku there, triggering the back row Kirika, and he just deals more damage. He has taken him straight to Funky Town, letting him dance to his rhythm. This is absolutely amazing.
That's exactly what you want to see when you play your level 1 combo, because you're just playing it for the cards, and any damage that you deal as a bonus, watching all of it stick, generating like a half level advantage, it's gravy on your biscuits.
Very, very true. Lee must be absolutely stunning. He's taken the damage lead. He's grabbed himself some nice cards along the way, and he is critically down to just 1 card in deck. All that is going straight back into his refresh. Got a nice, healthy amount of stock, and all critically clean as well.
This is exactly where Symphogear wants to be. With a damage lead, your opponent on 2 hits you up to 2, and then you can hit them from 2 to 3 with your super efficient early play package.
Very true. He's not given Ian that much wiggle room to really muster up this standby and really push it.
I think standby decks generally prefer when games go longer as well. So that's why if you're playing a non-standby deck into standby, you want to take the role of aggressor, trying to speed the game up, make them play to your tempo.
And there,
missed Brainstorm because the only card in deck is a Climax and therefore untargetable. That's unfortunate.
Very true. And with it being a standby as well, if he cannot remove that card from there and refresh himself, he effectively will trigger that standby, but then refresh, and there is nothing to standby. A very, very sad play of events here. Can he correct it? Is there enough mill? Is there any mill? Ian really thinking on there. He's got all that card to work with, but what can he pull?
Yeah, the problem with this level 1 Climax combo, of course, is that it's very unselective. It's just whatever cards are on top of your deck. And yeah, Data Life's got great cards, but not all of them are exactly what you want to see at all times.
There we go, some trading out of Climax for another Climax.
So he doesn't need the standby right now, but he does need the Global Soul to try and catch him back up in damage. But this could be his downfall. If he hits Lee up to just on 2 and then has to deal with a bunch of Symphogear early plays, that could pose a real challenge.
Very true, but this is 2 Climaxes critically not going back on this refresh. They are both out. He's playing with 6 in deck effectively. Is effectively going down to that number worth this damage lead if he can even get it?
I think it was unavoidable, so he's just making the best of a bad situation here.
Very, very true. Counting off the cards, making sure he is the 6 going back, then shuffling it all up. Lee possibly asking for any more information if he so wishes at this point, while the deck is in an open state. But there we are, shuffling up, so Whatever was in there, Lee can no longer find it.
So Day of Life has there are 2 counters in here. There's a 3-5 counter and a free fresh counter. Lee is likely tracking the free fresh, not so much the 3-5. It's kind of incidental, especially looking at this board state of level 1s and 0s.
Oh, and there is the Toka level 3 right there, and just cancelled straight away. There was one left in that deck, and he was perfectly at the bottom. This is absolutely gravy where he wants to be.
He does want to be hit to level 2 this turn, though. I don't think he wants to be languishing at level 1 forever.
Very true, but you want to sort of just about be in level 2. Not too far, just one card in is where you'd happily nice like to be. And as usual of the stream, we are once again pulling climaxes out of the compulsory.
So Ian sided with those 2 with all of his lanes. I think he's just trying to like stem the bleeding a bit, not give away directs. I guess he just can't get big enough to beat over these level 1 combos. It does mean that if Lee decides to go for the early play package here, he'll be playing over his own cards and maybe not generating as much advantage as he would hope.
Very true, but he does have a huge grip in his hand. But it does also mean, since all those lanes are active, that level 1 Slayer in that back row can pretty much pop out wherever Ian so wishes is the biggest threat.
Yeah, he might just eschew it and just play a more traditional game.
Very true. That
just
is
going level 1 into level 3, kind of ignoring level 2 altogether. That back row anti-change that can swap positions is a huge threat, and it is a pain to play around.
Yeah, so why not play around it by just not well, pretty much acting like it doesn't exist. But he is glowing for the climax swapper. So he's got something in hand. He wants it. Does he go? At this point, if he has the bar, trade it out for the choice and just go again. It's playing the Ignite module. Salvaging 2, discard 1, and that event goes off to memories. Sharabe. And it looks like a potential second Sharabe. He could be playing the more traditional and just going for that level 3 game.
Yeah, so there's 2 options, right? Either you play, you let the anti-change control you, and you go, okay, I won't play my level 3s until level 3. Or you go, okay, you've only got your anti-change Slayer in 1 lane. I'll fill all 3 of my lanes with level 3s. See what you think about that.
Very true, but it doesn't actually hinder him all that too bad. If he holds off, he still gets a very, very nice value by using the event. It effectively lets him play one of his level 3s for 1 less stock. So he can stretch that stock further in. And he has a huge hand right there. What can he throw out? He doesn't really want to change this. And he just goes straight for the choice combo.
Yeah, I mean, why not, right? Let's just get even more cards in hand.
Very true. He could, in fact, just go all top 4s on this. And it is the double trigger modes. He is just playing for the stock, playing for that compression.
He's playing for the stock, but he's also playing for the soul triggers and the damage.
Very true. And he's just hit Ian with a mighty 4. He is now level 3.
Maybe that went so well he's going to start going for top 4s?
No,
Nope,
he is
this is a trigger.
Still, we are in the good old double trigger mode. He grabs himself the 4K counter from the promo. And just once again, just cracking huge numbers into Ian here.
It's crazy. Ian sacrificed damage to siding with his characters in order to prevent the extra soul. So these double triggers are like earning that soul back. So he did set up for 1 top 4, considering, you know, that stick for 4, that's about as much as he could ask for. And this extra 2 is nice. It's probably going to be healed off straight away, but it makes him work for it.
Very true.
Ian only has 4 stock here, so if he chooses to commit his level 3s now, he won't be able to later. If he chooses to commit them to back row to keep them safe from the early plays, that makes his anti-change vulnerable.
And Lee just has a massive stock right there, and he can effectively choose to just play his level 3s normal now. He can just pay the 2 stock and get the heal. He does not have to go like the more valued sort of, I'm going to play the event, have my nice setup. He can just do whatever he wants. But he does have to fight against 2 Tokers currently.
So yeah, well, Ian's getting good mileage out of the ban list here with 2 of his choices finally hitting the table at level 3. Maybe a little bit prematurely considering Lee's sitting on 2-2. I don't think, as good as this card is, it deserved being banned, but I don't think it's kill from 2-2 worthy.
Very, very true. So just to refresh ourselves on the different modes that this card has. So it does have the good old on-play heal. If you've got 2 or more characters, it does get a nice respectable 1000 power buff. And then the big old combo, when its standby is in play and it attacks. And if you have 2 or more other characters that are either Dates or Celestial Spirit, you get to choose one of these. Your opponent puts all their stock into their waiting room and replenishes all, which there is a chunky amount right there in Lee's deck. Or he gets to choose up to 3 of his opponent's cards in the waiting room and return them to deck, and then your opponent shuffles it. Also, not too bad, which it does seem to be what he's going for here. And then there is the final, choose 2 cards in your hand, discard them, and if you put 2 cards into your waiting room, just deal 3 damage to your opponent.
Yeah, this card just does everything.
It really does. It's so versatile.
And that's why it's on the balance, because it's 3 cards in one. Most series, you've got to have 1 stock swap, you've got to have 1 decompression tool, and you've got to have 1 instance dealer. This is just, you don't even have to pick it beforehand. You can pick as it attacks in the middle of the attack phase, depending on how damage sticks.
What's he doing here?
So yeah, he's going for the decompress twice. I think because Lee's deck started with like a pretty average like climax to card ratio, so Ian's just trying to double down and make that worse. And because of the selectivity of the decompression, he can go through Lee's waiting room, choose cards that he doesn't want Lee to have access to, and get them into clock.
Very, very true. Just sort of clogging up that deck with effectively chaff at this point.
Yeah, he's also setting up, Lee's potential draws for the next turn, trying to keep him away from level 3s. I think, considering how many cards Lee has in his hand, I don't think it's going to affect him too much. He is also taking soul triggers out there and putting non-soul triggers in, which could, dampen his output, give him more of a chance to cancel.
Could actually, this play could almost end up biting Ian quite badly. Not really doing these massive soul swings. Still not doing all that much. And was that a side?
Yeah, he doesn't want to lose the... Yeah, why? Because Lee's level 3 now, so the anti-change doesn't do anything. I guess you can still pay 1 swap, so I guess he's hoping to keep one of his level 3s safe with that, but I don't think Lee's going to have a problem making 3 lanes big this time.
Very, very true. He does have access to 2 Sharabes in hand. So he just has to play those out. Make sure he's got the combo. So just discard, deal 2 damage on attack. That can't just be stopped. There is no real outs for, Ian at this point. He does have a free fresh counter potentially in hand. But would that save him at this point? Would burning potentially all of his stock to use it be preferable?
It might be if the first attack cancels at just the perfect number, then you go for it. I don't think you just blindly do it unless he's all out.
Here we are, we're using the effect. So the effect of this event, he has to have 3 or more other guys, including that 0. So effectively 4 cards on deck. He then gets to put a Kirika from his hand into play, and that 0 goes off to memories. And then the event goes into his level, and a card comes out. And then at the start of the attack phase, that 0 comes back into his hand. And then, once again, he gets to play that Kirika. And this Kirika is pretty dope. So, on play, it can just heal you. Or, you can pay one, draw a card, and play either another copy of itself from your hand, or the Sharabe, which also has the same 2 enter effects. So this is why you can effectively chain these cards. You play the Kiriko with the event, pay the 1, draw the card, play another Sharabe, do the same, pay the 1, draw the card, play another, and then heal at the end. And there is the climax combo coming down. So he has 2 instances of discard a music character, burn 2 on attack, and the look at 2, bin off any climax he sees, deal the damage.
Yeah, this is a formidable board that, you know, Lee's been building to the entire game. He's been very patient with it. He could have cracked it out at 2, he chose not to. He held on to it, wanted to make sure that, you know, well, normally, I think a Symphogear player would, you know, just bring it out at 2 and make sure, you know, let it do the business. Here, it just has lethal potential.
Very true, and there we see just 2 damage, then 3.
Oh
It is
my.
all on 1 damage, separating Lee from victory, and he has effectively 3 instances of damage to throw away.
This 1/1 in the front row is turning into a liability now, because you can side attack over it. 4-3 because of the trigger, but it would have been for 2, and it sticks.
Yeah, it's just over. That is the power of this new Symphogear, the new meta, taking out the old meta right here, folks. That is absolutely insane. That 1-1, even though it was around from turn 1, didn't really help Ian really cinch that victory.
Yeah, I think if you go back in the VOD and watch Lee's previous game, you'll see like 2 modes to Symphogear. So like even though, you know, you can call this deck flowchart relatively, it has a lot of depth, and you have a lot of decisions to make as you play, when to go all in, when to commit halfway, when to hold back. So yeah, once again, don't go anywhere. We've got the finals coming right up. We'll see Lee facing off against whoever won in his opposite bracket.
And just like Sammy D before him, Ian does not go away empty-handed. He does end with some lovely, lovely prizes, and a great big pat on the back for sticking out for as long as he did through all those grueling rounds. A absolute greatness from these players.
Absolutely. So yeah, brief intermission. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the UK Open Live, brought to you by Top Deck Inn, Blackfire EU, coming from the West End pub in Colville. We have the finals game being set up right now. So we've got Lee playing Symphogear. We've seen that deck, we know what it does. Playing against him, we've got Emily playing Zombieland, but not have we seen it before. This is a Zombieland deck with a lot of moving parts and actually some really interesting tools for the matchup.
Very, very true. This is more sort of like what you would consider a traditionally constructed deck. It does flow that usual way. It's not like the deck we saw last time, which was just, I want my zeros, I want my level 3, I don't want anything in between.
So this is Choice Gate. The Gate combo works with a level 1, a level 2, and a level 3. So that's tons of utility, tons of complexity throughout the deck. Emily, clearly a great pilot already at this set that a lot of people received in the post just before leaving the house to get here.
Very true. Just being able to pilot such a deck at an event, pretty much almost, a week old this set?
Yeah. The reason we say that Emily's got interesting tools for the matchup, her choice combo at level 1, one of the modes allows her to downgrade a card. So Lee would send his card to waiting room, and then he'd choose a card with a level lower and play it on stage. Now, as we've seen, Symphogear has a big, cheap, efficient, early play game plan.
Yeah.
If he has to delay that too much, that could, we saw in the last game he can afford to delay it, but not forever.
Very true.
Losing all that advantage to just a level 1 combo could set him on a huge back foot. Because Emily's running the Gate combo as well, that also works at level 1, she doesn't have to hold back, lose out on her early game advantage in order to pull it off. She can afford to hold 1 or 2 copies of that in hand, try and set up. She can afford to bait Lee out. She can play mind games and really...
Very, very true.
Yeah.
And it does allow her to sort of effectively use that level 1 combo at level 2 and still get a nice chunky amount of advantage, just cleaning that board away, resetting Lee back to level 1.
Should be a fantastic game, and as John set up for us, the last game was the new meta showing the old meta the door. Potentially this game could be the new meta, showing the new meta of Symphogear where its seat should be. So
very true. That Sakura combo is extremely scary. I would not like to be really in Lee's shoes facing off with it, and there it is in the bin, sort of taunting him, knowing it's coming.
Absolutely. So speaking of, the players are set up, they're mulliganed, they're raring to go. We're not going to keep them or you any longer. Let's go over to the players, let them start playing this epic finals game.
Very true. Even though it's gotten late, we love you, all you lovelies out there in chat, for sticking with us so long, or even if you're watching the VOD, peace to you guys. You're absolute stars.
So this Sakura finishing combo, it's pretty nuts. I think at nearly everyone, you read the effect to them, they go, are you sure you've got that right? Excuse me? So it burns 1. You're hoping that burn 1 sticks, because if it cancels, it burns 2. And you're hoping that burn 2 sticks, because if that burn 2 cancels, then you're taking 3 cards right from the top of deck into clock, no cancelling allowed.
Very true. It is a extra bit of damage you just want to take. You want it to stop right there on that 1. You do not wish to go any further.
And so potential weaknesses in this Zombieland Saga deck. I think the level 0 utility, it's not stellar as some other decks that we've seen in the tournament. It's just okay, but it's probably good enough considering how much else is in the deck. Another thing that Emily's got to watch out for, though, is we've been talking about her climax combos a lot and how great they are. If she can't find the right climax at the right time, she could find herself in a lot of trouble very quickly. Symphogear is a very punishing deck to play against.
Very true, and as we saw in the previous game, Lee can switch gears and just change round to just beating down, not really going for that early play until very late, and then just crushing out Emily if he gets that nice bit of advantage, an early lead on.
You could say if he switches Sympho gears.
Ooh, I like it.
So there's no standby shenanigans here. We're 1k1 gamers playing the game as it was meant to be played.
Very true. Both players really having access to choice in their arsenals, but whereas Lee has that bar, Emily has the gate, the almighty, the fabulous trigger that has been round forever.
So, yeah, Lee's going for an aggressive early game plan here, and he's already leveled Emily up to 1.
In fact, I would not say that's a bad choice. He really should just keep pushing if I were him. I would want to really have my foot on the gas, especially knowing that that Saki combo is live in that deck and just come down at any time and really punish him.
Yeah, the choice downsize combo wants to be punching up. You want to play that at level 1 with your opponent at level 2 having played their early plays to catch up. That's like the absolute dream scenario. So if Lee can stick a lot of early damage here, he can switch that off and make sure that, you know, he's controlling the pace of the game, not Emily.
Very true, but Emily does indeed choose to clock that level 1 Saki. She is going for the ultimate level 1 combo, the Sakura, it seems.
Yeah, this is just a generic, I believe it's like a top 4 adder card, something like that. It's just you know, your average efficient level 1 combo, and it is a backup plan, but she wants to hold on to the choice for the anti-change. It makes perfect sense, and there's the gate.
There is in fact a on reverse salvage with the added extra thing of at the start of her encore step, if that card is reversed and she has 2 or fewer in memory, it just swivels off into there. Good to be a memory. Sadly, her zombie not yet rising up.
Then the card going to memory sets her up for later, so game's going perfectly to plan for Emily so far. Besides, you know, being at a damage deficit, hopefully this 1k1 catches her up. Besides that, flowchart's going completely fine.
Very true. She's not aligned to that fast level 0 game. Not really all that bad. Just keep going in. What's she gonna grab? Not all that much.
It's a good 3-stick. That's evened out the damage, essentially. She does have to worry about the 1k1 swing back from here, but the game's pretty even. There's no huge damage swingers. She does have a direct, which if she can stick, that would get her completely back in it.
And there we are, just going in, going
Okay,
through the
cancel on 1.
motions.
Still completely fine. So yeah, I think one weakness of Lee's plan here of going aggressive at 0 is he does set up these reverse targets. That might be a little bit of, you know, Zombieland is so new, maybe he didn't anticipate the reverse combo, or maybe he wanted the cards to go to memory to earn his own direct slots to generate that soul advantage.
Very, very true. So off they are, sat in memory. Will she rise again? Lee has one of the Hibiki down. The penultimate combo that he has just absolutely taken 2 decks apart on stream today with. Does he have the 3rd one ready to go?
It's interesting. I think this is the direction that Bashir wants to take the game, you know, with every combo having multiple modes, giving players more decisions, adding more of a skill ceiling onto the game that we know and love.
Very true. And so it is quite nice having to have your deck very streamlined. Even though every card has different modes you can do at any one time, it does cut down the amount of different things you have to try and fit in.
Some really nice synergy there, because the level 1 combo went to memory. Emily was able to move her runner across to tie with the level 0, or at least come close to contesting it.
Lee just going straight for it, doing the top 4, amassing that nice amount of clean stock right there. But does he actually want all that stock when that level 3 is just there wanting to be cancelled?
Oh, we should to let the players know to, you know, slow down a little bit. It's the finals. We wanna bask in it. We want to enjoy the
like
final
a fine
game.
Wine. we want it. It's aged well. We just want to enjoy it. But sadly, it looks like we're getting a bit corked here. For all you wine connoisseurs out there, that was a clever joke. Lee really going at it here. He absolutely just wants to get this done. Get that win.
He wants the damage advantage, so that the shrink combo loses value.
Oh, and there he is. He's just hit Emily straight up to level 2. absolutely not taking no prisoners this time.
Yeah, the game's going really fast, but both players still have tons of resources. Unlike, I think, a lot of other fast games, maybe people will get, casual with their climaxes, things will go missing, climax combos won't line up. Here, things going completely fine. Now, if I'm Emily in this seat, I want to take a breath. I want to slow down a little bit. The game's going really fast. That doesn't mean that I have to play really fast. I can take my time.
Very true. It's sort of what most players sort of try and sort of play with their opponent. They want to just obviously offset their mental game. He's really going for it. Both of these players are quite tired, but just take a bit of a breath, realign yourself, and just make sure all your plays follow it through.
So this 1-1 event, which I believe Emily's checking the translation for, you can run up to 7 copies and you can play it without a requirement. It's 1-1, reveal top 3, pick a character, and then you can choose where to send the event. So you can discard a saga character and then return the event to hand. You can put it into level zone and then take another card out. You can put it just into waiting room as normal, or you can put it into memory for a little bit of extra compression.
That is a staggering event. Just such diversity on where you want to go, and all modes. You pretty much can't lose where you send it.
They're all good options. I think being able to cycle it, having that like selectivity in the mill is great.
And there we see just absolutely going for it on that. Just playing another one.
Sending it to memory. The game's going so fast that, there might only be one refresh this game unless it slows down a lot. So sending it to memory just for that second deck refresh, getting it out, little bit of extra compression, little bit of extra advantage might make all the difference.
Very, very true. And Emily is only running, 4 copies of this card, even though she does potentially could run up to 7.
Yeah, I think running it at 7 is a little bit gimmicky. You could probably, I think 3 or 4 is the sweet spot for this type of card in particular.
Very true. There's while sort of being able to greed and go for that lovely like 5-6 and just keep playing them, keep sending them off to memories. It is sort of a dwindling resource depending on where you do put it.
Absolutely. So Emily just playing out her level 0s here. And no climax for damage, but triggering and sticking it all the same.
Very, very true. She is just swinging, seeing what damage she can really stick from Lee this turn. Sort of trying to almost catch up on that damage deficit. She just falling a bit behind.
Yeah, I don't think this is a bad plan against Symphogear generally, because your board's going to die against the early plays anyway. So you can kind of anticipate that and not worry so much about gathering pieces that reverse their cards. You can just focus on trying to get damage through, opening up lanes potentially to, increase your likelihood of cancelling. I think this Zombieland Saga deck, because it has so many moving parts and so many options at all stages, it can play a pretty fast and loose game.
Very, very true. He really wants to keep his plays quite tight, quite uniform. He knows what he wants. He's really got to get them straight to hand and not try and miss any of the beats.
Yeah, Lee's is probably feeling pretty good right now. He's got these open slots to swing into. He's got a damage advantage going into his turn, so you can extend that with this attack phase potentially. We haven't seen too many climaxes from Emily, so we can assume that there are still a bunch in deck waiting to be cancelled with.
Yes, very, very true. It's all quite, even though this game is going staggeringly fast, it's quite early sort of to see which one really would be taking home the potential trophy in this matchup. There is a Kirika level 3 coming straight off. Not a climax this time, which is quite a rarity in some of these stream games.
Yeah, I mean, Lee doesn't need to extend the board state very much here. He can maintain the status quo. Still got the early plays as a lingering threat. He can advance, his hand state a little bit, but the board is taken care of already.
Does look like he has the choice in hand again, from what I could just about see. I'm not too certain. Oh, And it is. He's just going straight for the combo once again.
Likely going for the double triggers here because he doesn't need the cards.
I most likely would. And he doesn't really need to mill through his deck. He's just gone straight for like a nice fresh refresh. He doesn't need to go any deeper. He's got a nice big hand. He can just acquire the stock. And Emily can't really, if memory serves, face off against a giant amount. But he is going for the top 4.
I guess he just needs the mill. Like his refresh was just okay, so he just wants to control his deck state even further.
Grabbing the Kirika counter right there. He really wants to face off a giant board.
He might also be worried about overswinging here. Okay, he's choosing both modes and gold bar on the last trigger, but just where you want it.
And Emily does see that final cancel. He stays not too far into level 2.
I believe that's 7 going in.
Not a bad refresh, I do say.
But that, yeah, and the game's kind of completely evened out. She's only like 3 damage behind. Got an open lane to swing into. Got plenty of cards in hand to swing with.
But this is where we do see like the divergences will start coming in. So all that extra stock that didn't go into Lee's refresh that's been sat there, this starts all slowly accumulating of who will eventually have that big, nice advantage going into that level 3.
I believe Emily clocked into a choice there, so if she's got the combo set up, she might choose to commit it this time just for the 1k one.
And she's playing the alternate combo. This is the choice combo that downgrades Lee's field.
That is just one mode of it though, so she doesn't have to do that here. She could just take a more generic plus. I think there's like a gain power mode and a draw cards mode. Like I was saying earlier, choices and decisions is very much the motive of the game.
It is the
So,
pinnacle
yeah, okay.
of games now.
So perform each of the following 2 effects once in any order of your choice. Top 4 add 1 and downsize.
So she does still get a nice advantage even while saying bye-bye to Lee's field. And she does, in fact, get to choose exactly wherever her downgrade does if memory serves. It doesn't necessarily have to be the front row.
Is the card in Lee's back row important?
It is a brainstormer, but it is a level 0, so it can't effectively be targeted at this point in time. But if there was a level 2 there, it could be downgraded further. So, Lee really not too really fussed, I would say, at this point. Like he's gotten 2 turns out of these combos. Like,
Yeah.
I'd be pretty happy throwing these Hibikis away at this point.
Absolutely. He's just hoping to not take too much damage here. But yeah, I mean, yeah, Emily's not even worrying about the downsizing because she's already winning board. It's just too many moving parts. These guys clearly want the finals to be over quickly. But yeah, she's just kind of like keeping the meter ticking over, keeping like cards in hand, threats to play, damage flowing, keeping the damage level even between her and her opponent.
Very true. Both of these players, they have played a staggering amount of games today, and they are really digging deep, trying to find that wind to carry them through into this final. It is absolutely great, and it's such a fun game as well we have for you in this final. We have 2 really nice, glorious decks. And really being able to show off this brand new Zombieland Saga is absolutely a treat.
Absolutely. I'm not mad about having to learn what it did 5 minutes before the stream at all. That's we do it for you folks.
We do. All the suffering, we go through it for you boys and girls.
Emily's gone through a lot of climaxes this turn. Her waiting room is quite thick and her deck is quite thin.
Oh, and there's 2 climaxes she reveals from that. That's not really what she would like to see. Well, he's seeing his opening right there. If he cancels this, and he does, the door is open. He's level 2.
This early playtime could be devastating because Emily just committed her main counter to it. Perhaps a turn early, but then she needed the damage output, so maybe her hands were tied.
Very, very true. Sometimes you just have to play the cards you're dealt and just go for it. He's just got a fat hand right there. Oh my god. And he still wants more.
Yeah, Emily has 4 choices in waiting room and 3 of that level combo. 2 on board, 1 in level, so she's definitely not getting a repeat of last turn.
And that is a salvage too. Just 2 level 3s straight into my hand. We can obviously see, like, this is everything Lee wants, plus more.
This is his big turn, for sure.
He really wants to pull the trigger this turn, playing down the back row Miku. So that is the on front rows get a nice 2000 power if they are a level 3. And then if he reveals a choice during his attack step, he gets to look at the top card of Emily's deck, decide if he wants to keep it there or put it in the waiting room.
This matchup, I think, is about fine damage margins. So being able to remove a climax off the top, even though it's only occasional, could make a huge difference.
Very, very true. And both of these players are running back rows that let them look at the top cards of both either their deck or their opponents and manipulate. They really want that information. There it is, the event coming down. The Kirika is played. The event, well, it is already in level, so he doesn't really choose to swap it over because he will just swap it over for another copy of itself. He plays another, and here it is. Oh, an absolutely devastating board.
Yeah, I think Emily would be lucky if she only gets hit to level 3 this turn. She does, I believe she has access to an anti-change counter, but it is expensive, so she might not want to use it.
Very true. She is only looking at 5 stock right there. She doesn't really want to dig into that. She wants to keep it nice and healthy, waiting for them Sakuras.
Yeah, it is a sack counter, so pay 1 for the counter, pay 2 stock, and then sacrifice a character to anti-change. Definitely not terrible because you're also denying a swing by removing the character, but it is expensive when resources are this tight.
True, and we have just checked in the waiting room looking for what's in there. Lee looking at the top 2. What does he see? Oh, he sees 2 climaxes and he peels them straight off. Oh my god.
And then sticking the 4, that's rough.
He had a feeling and he felt it right there.
Yeah, that's blowing the game wide open. That's like, we were on balancing on an edge is definitely tipped towards Symphogear with, I mean, just from this turn's coming together, but from that single attack has really done a number on this game.
Here we are, the discard of the music, deal 2 damage right there, and it's just on. The damage is just piling up left and right.
The choice trigger leaves it there.
A little slight bit of a shake from Lee there. He can almost feel the victory at this point. He is ridiculously close this early in the game.
Even being able to grab a setup for next turn thanks to that choice trigger.
Whole levels advantage, and he's so close to victory. Both of these players are absolutely almost shaking. You can feel the cards shaking from here, but trying to compose themselves, keep it cool, keep it frosty.
Yeah, so this Sakura level 3 that we've been picking up, it is very cheap. It's only pay 1, drop 1. So Emily could potentially pull 2 of those out. If both of them hit the final mode and deal 3 damage flat, Lee's technically in kill range. So definitely not over.
It could swing either way, but 4 damage, and he still gets to look at top 2, and we'll see if he can oh, and he peels more, 2 straight again. And a choice to go with it. He gets to look at that card
once more, just to confirm that it's still there. But more importantly, set up for next turn. That's already
very true. And he doesn't do the Miku. Slight bit of jitters from there.
Yeah, I think Lee sided that first attack to play around anti-change, and then he must have seen it in damage or something, and then realized it was safe.
He has absolutely blown this door off the hinges and stomped right in. He is in there, size 9 boots on his feet, ready to take names.
Is that true? Do you know Lee's foot size?
I believe so. He is a size 9, if memory does serve.
All right, we'll have to ask him about that afterwards. Maybe put a tweet out.
Hashtag is Lee's foot size correct?
So yeah, I mean, in Emily's shoes now, obviously things aren't looking great. So you've got to focus on the positives. What can be done from here? How can you stem the bleeding? Potentially deal some back. You're not so. In positions like this, I think it's tempting to just look at routes to not lose the game, spending all your resources on milling, compression, stuff like that. But you've got to think about, how do I play to win this game?
Very true. You don't want to just try and not die. You want to still try and win. What's the combination of cards she wants to see that will get her that victory?
Yeah, the route that gets there is probably dealing as much damage this turn as possible, and then just hoping to cancel off the top. Symphagear's not got a ton of reach, especially if she can deal with this board that's set up. Lee might struggle to assemble all the pieces again, although, having said that, he did grab 2 pieces off 2 choice triggers last turn, so...
There it is. There is the Sakura come down. So we get to see what on the roulette wheel of 3 she ends up dealing.
Is there a gate in hand?
I don't know. It's hard to quite see. Emily has kept that card quite close. Wait, it is not is the choice.
So we're not Sakura gamers.
Very, very true. Sadly, you just gotta deal the climax you're dealt.
That's a swing for 4.
Nothing to be sniffed at, but Lee does still have that giant counter from the box promo in his hand. He can just say, no, your Sakura does not reverse me.
But that would make his refresh worse, which is why he's had to think. He pays out a choice, never mind, it's great.
Very true, he just throws out the usual 3k anti-change counter. Sadly, its secondary effect doesn't really do anything, but the power is just right there, slapped on top of that Kirika.
Believe that's 6 going in because of 1 gold bar in hand and 1 choice in stock, if I've been tracking correctly.
This is absolutely devastating. Lee does not really matter how much damage he takes, as long as he does not die this turn, which is almost probably impossible.
Yeah, without the Sakura, the kill potential's reduced a lot. Although, yeah, that 5 damage does definitely put Emily in with a fighting chance.
Very true, and he does, as the stream curse has shown, peel a climax off of that compulsory.
Yeah, it's tough here because, you know, obviously Emily wants to deal damage, but maybe Lee doesn't have the pieces to early play his characters again.
True, and she has gone so close with this attack. Potentially 3 or 2 damage coming at Lee.
Definitely made, you know, strong finish made it look close, even if this final turn doesn't go the way she wants it to. And considering that Lee's keeping his entire board intact, that is the outcome that we're looking at from here.
Very true. And with that climax in hand, Lee just has the pick of the litter. Can he rip 4 more climaxes like he did last turn out of Emily's deck and just seal it there?
So that effect there is a on death top 3, add 1, ditch 1. It's really scary in a position like this. You want the mill because you want to get closer to your climaxes, but you don't want to mill out all your climaxes and just give your opponent free reign over your decks. So I think the middle line that Emily's chosen, she did it earlier on as well, is just to reveal 1. If that's a hit, stick with it. You've done enough. Don't act brave and mill full 3.
And she has indeed wiped her field, so Lee is staring down these blank field. He is dealing a lot of damage.
With a 1k1, this is just 4 swings for lethal with like top 2 climax filters.
And he just plays and open another Kirika right there. He's just going full Mocha. I'm going to look at the top 2 mode.
He's just healing down, just trying to cover for every base. Make sure that even if this turn doesn't work out, he's got a contingency plan.
Very true. So he gets to look at the top 2, but then he's dealing anywhere between 4 and 5 damage.
That's for 4. Cancels. Alright, that's 1 of 3.
Just 2 more to go. Looking at the top 2. Peels 1 off. In for 4 again.
And that's
And
it.
there it is.
What a
Sadly.
finals match.
What a absolute beauty of a match that was.
Really been demonstrated the power of Symphogear. We were hoping to tell a narrative of new meta, but Symphogear clearly still got some legs. It's not over for Symphogear's time in the sun.
Very true. I would suggest people, if you do have been underrating Symphogear, I would really highly suggest you just sort of evaluate it again. It is quite a potent deck, especially in the current meta.
Yeah, I mean, Zombieland Saga, it's been out for a week. There's still plenty of room for innovation, for adaptation, and, the cards could have fallen a completely different way that game.
Very, very true. So I would love to see Emily in about a week, even a month's time, when she's gotten more of a grip, had time to do a lot more play testing, bring this deck back, and really show us what she's got.
Absolutely, and second place is a great achievement.
Very true. Even though she has gone home in second place, she does not go home at all empty-handed. She has a staggering prize pool that she gets now access to. So it might not be the trophy, but she still comes home with some absolute gorgeous prizes.
Exactly. So yeah, once again, congratulations to Lee for winning, to commiserations to Emily for coming second. Congrats to all of our players today. Thank you for showing up. Thank you for making this event what it was. Thank you to chat for showing up.
He is looking at you kids.
All right. We'll be signing off now, but yeah, you guys take care. We'll see you next time.
Peace.